back to Nintagious. You know what time of the week it is. I want to play a little bit of Mario Kart before I take my intentionally planned vacation. Which I don't think is going to be much of a vacation, if I'm being honest. I think I spent so much time while I was sick doing nothing that I'm probably going to pack down the next week with things to do. Whether it's recording or art stuff or just... I'm probably still going to be like... I'm just not going to be streaming. But I feel like, oddly, getting sick was kind of the vacation I needed, I think, maybe. But I don't know. We'll see. Riley, how you doing? Lobby is open. The only difference between normal and difficult, just so you know, is that everything either takes double damage or has half health. I don't know which it actually is, but the outcome is the same. Hey, Theo. Yeah, hopefully your internet behaves tonight. Because I imagine that would be doubly problematic. You know, the coffee made filler right before the... Yeah, let's go, fresh coffee. I'm surprised you don't have a Keurig. So that's why they're dying so easily. Yeah, like, difficult is still... The Japanese version only has one difficulty, and it's difficult. The normal version was made exclusively for the US release, and it's the easier version. So if you're going to be playing all of them, difficult is going to be, like, more in line with what you're expecting from judging by the rest of the games. Oh, you didn't make more after cleaning the filter? I assume you did. We'll wait for Riley to get in here and then we'll get it started, I think. I think I feel better than yesterday, but I am more tired than yesterday. I kind of crashed after the stream last night. Like, I could feel that my energy levels weren't what they used to be. Like, I pretty much just laid here for the rest of the night, and I was like, God damn, I am tired. I have forgotten how long races take. Is it 16 races that takes an hour? Is that right? Let's start with like 8, I think. I don't know, I want to do a lot though. We'll split the difference. Get the fuck out, get the fuck out. Do I have to charge my phone? No. It is good to go. I do not care. Hey JMT, how's it going? Hope your holidays were nice. See, you know what I'm agitated about? The amount of music listening I did while I was sick inevitably put me back on a path where I was like, yo, I kind of feel like playing Rock Band. Or Guitar Hero, or whatever. And there's one of them that was made for the PSP that was, like, meant for traditional controls, so I'm just playing that one, because I don't have the instruments anymore. But I'm kind of tempted to pick up a guitar So I can, because I still have like 3 of the games, I think, but I can't stream that shit. That agitates me. I wish I could. I feel like that would be a good time. I could maybe do videos of it, but, like, I don't know. That doesn't seem as exciting. Because I think those games, to me, were always, like, social experiences. I think playing them alone isn't quite the same. I feel like there could still be a market for them to make games like that. I think the big thing is they'd have to work with YouTube and Twitch to make it streamable, though. Because I think that would be, like, a large part of how they would get momentum. I think they'd be great stream games. Well, not just YouTube and Twitch, but also, like, you know, the music industry. They'd have to get that shit figured out. Because I think if you wouldn't be able to stream it, it would be dead in the water. Especially in a post-COVID economy. I'm kind of tempted to try it and see how it goes, but I don't know if I want to invest in a guitar without knowing that it would be worth it. You know what I mean? You bitch. I mean, I guess guitars are only like $60. That's not bad. I wonder if I'd be able to pick up, like, the games themselves as well. Amazon actually looks like it has some of them. Oh, it's a pipe dream kind of thing. They've been that good at rhythm games, even though you like them. That's part of why I don't think videos would be good, because, like, I think I was decent at those games. But, like, I certainly did not play on expert all the time. And that's probably the only thing people are looking for when they're looking for videos of Rock Band or Guitar Hero. They probably want to see people playing on expert and getting full combos. I always just played on hard. I never thought expert was that fun. I thought it was too difficult just for the sake of being difficult. I thought hard was, like, a comfortable challenge, but I was still able to, like, play consistently well. And part of that was, again, as games that I felt excelled as social experiences, when you're playing with other people, you don't want to overdo it on difficulty. Because if you're failing constantly, then they're going to have to be picking up the slack. Like, if you have 4 people that are, like, not quite good enough to play consistently well on expert, all playing at the same time, like, you're never going to clear any songs. So I always felt like hard was better, because then I could actually, like, I'd be consistent enough that if anyone else was having any trouble with something, that I'd be able to pick up the slack. But it wasn't, like, boring, like medium would be. I think that's another thing. If they wanted to try to like start making those games again, they'd have to put a strong focus on online play as well, I think. I think some of those games had online play, but I don't know how good it was. No, stop. I know I hit you with one, but stop. Yeah, it's frustrating to know that, like, I don't think I'd be able to stream them for maybe more than, like, 2 hours. Because I think that's when the music industry starts to get pissed, and then they start to shut down the streams. Is it a meta loadout? See, I haven't played a lot of different rhythm games. Again, I think Rock Band excelled because, like, my first one was Guitar Hero 3. And I remember even that was, like, interesting from a social perspective, because people like to just gather around and listen to the music, right? There's a conversation piece and everything. So then Rock Band was an obvious detour, because then it was like, oh, well then a bunch of us can play. And people can still gather around and just listen to the music. So I pivoted to Rock Band 2, and then we got Rock Band 3 as well. And then after that, like, I don't remember what, like, it kind of started to fall off after that. And they did make a Rock Band 4, but I don't know when it was. Ow. I did also play Elite Beat Agents back when that came out. And I think I, like, completely completed that game. So I guess I was pretty good at that, if I was able to do all the difficulties. Other than that, I wouldn't say I've done a lot of rhythm game play. I've never played DDR. Oh, there's that Final Fantasy one, too. Theater Rhythm. I played that for... I have both of the ones of that on 3DS. 3DS? Yeah, 3DS. And again, they're making that new one, and I was kind of excited about it, but I won't be able to fucking stream it, because Square Enix claims all their old fucking music, so... I don't think that would be as much of a conversation piece as the more mainstream music would be, though. Perhaps obviously. I kind of regret getting rid of all of my instruments now, but they were getting kind of old. And I never liked playing drums anyway, so... I think I still have the microphone, but that's about it. But again, just looking real quick, the guitars aren't that expensive. I guess something I'd have to look into is if the games are available on... Do they have, like, backwards compatibility on Xbox Series S? Because maybe I should get a controller for Xbox instead of a controller for Wii. Even though I know I like the way the Wii controllers work, so... I have to be very careful about which one I get, because I loved the one that came with Guitar Hero 3. The one that came with Rock Band I didn't like very much. Wow, really? The, Rock Band guitar's strum bar was very, like, rubbery. The Guitar Hero one had a very distinct, like, click to it that gave it nice feedback. But I realized that, like, being on my music kick, I realized that I like talking about music. So I think that's part of why I'm, like, playing that would be fun again. I mean, you could get that Japanese spelling completely wrong and I would not know, so you have nothing to worry about. Alright, Riley wants to play Peach Gardens. Let's throw him a bone here. I guess I do want to see more of the new courses in general. Nice. Good work, JMT. I even thought about streaming the PSP Rock Band, like, onto Discord for anyone that wants to watch some of it. I mean, it's a good-ass course, so I don't think you have anything to worry about. At least it didn't random Baby Park or something. I have to decide if I want to do a GDQ art montage for this GDQ or not. I'm very back and forth on it. I do, because I missed doing it last GDQ. I decided not to, and then I kind of regretted it. I was like, man, that would have been fun to do. On the other hand, I already have, like, a bunch of art stuff that I could be working on, so maybe I should just stick to that. Also, some recording I should probably do. If anything, if I'm behind on anything from being sick, it's probably recording. I need to finish playing Signalis. Because I was enjoying that quite a bit. I should try and go back and finish Scorn. And I should also record 2022 in review, probably. Although, I don't know, maybe my voice isn't ready for that. Because that's going to be like 2 straight hours of talking. You son of a bitch. I was like, nah, his reaction time isn't gonna be that good. It'll be fine. It was not fine. I'm amazed I didn't fall further back than second place. I didn't fall at all, actually. When I fell off the course, I was like, I'm screwed. I've made a horrible mistake. What if I could do an Elite Beat Agents playthrough? That might be tricky because of just the emulation. And, like, the emulation might not run well. I don't know if that'll get, like, copyright claimed. Since they're all covers. I try to emulate it and see how it runs. Obviously, when it comes to games like that, you want the emulation to be fucking flawless. Bum, 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 bum. I probably am asking for it with that one, but... I shouldn't have done that. They should have put more Monty Moles on lap 3. Like, all over the course. As if there's, like, a, gradual takeover. I do think the backwards lap helps this course a lot, but I still feel like it needed something else. Especially because the big obstacle section with the chain chomps you just glide over now, so it's like, okay. What else does this course have going for it beyond that? It's like they improved it, but they could have improved it even a little further. I did not mean to do that. I pressed B like 3 times, but I guess just the way I alternated the presses. I mean, that's fine. JMT, in case you didn't see it on Discord, and I don't think you were here yesterday to hear it, but we're going to do a movie night tomorrow if you're interested in catching that at all. I don't really know what time we're going to do it. Probably just whenever I get up and feel ready to do it. It'll probably be around like 8 or 9. God damn it. I trusted you. This is so much, like, cozier of an experience now without blue shells and lightning bolts. It makes such a difference. Now my emotions aren't all over the goddamn place. What am I doing? I just steered into it. Move my phone, because for some reason I keep tapping at it between every race. 3S, how's it going? I think I'm just so tired because I stayed up till like 11 playing Rock Band. I was in the groove, if you will. It is interesting how super horns are like just a different item now because you don't have to worry about blue shells. Like, they're still defensive, but you can more openly use them offensively now, I think. What the fuck? Okay. What have I done? Are you kidding me? Way to screw me. Okay, I do not appreciate what the game is doing to me right now. All because I tried to get cheeky and think I should try and hit Riley with this super horn. I'll take that recovery, I guess. Do you think both X and Zero fly at the end of X4? I don't really care about X continuity, to be honest. I don't think about it that much. I think the lore of the X series is, like, kind of stupid. I feel like every game X4 and beyond. I really like X4. Don't get it twisted. But after X4, all of the games tend to have, like, alternate endings and shit, and then there's always a question of, like, which one's the canon ending, and sometimes the answer to that is very convoluted. And I just kind of stopped caring. Especially in X7, X8, and Command Mission, when they start being, like, turning Maverick is, like, a choice. Which then just turns into, oh, if we disagree, then you must be a Maverick, and it just gets really stupid. And I just don't care. Boom, 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 boom. And sure, they were laying the groundwork for the... oh, we disagree, therefore you're a Maverick ever since X4, but I don't think it was quite as stupid at that point just yet. It was an interesting thought experiment at that point in time, and then everything kind of goes off the rails after that, I think. There's a reason they wanted to end that series, is kind of what I'm getting at. Just fucking Red Shell Onslaught back here. I'm looking forward to revisiting all the Battle Network games, because despite the fact that I like them as much as I do, my knowledge of the lore is very, like, flimsy. Because realistically, I think I've only played each of the games like twice each. And there's always like multiple years between when I played them, so it's just never been hammered in. Be one of those things where if I tried to explain the lore of those games, I'd probably be like... It'd be a very clumsy and vague description, I think. It would be kind of all over the place. There'd be a lot of, I think this is what happens. And then I think this happens, but that could have been in the game before that? I don't remember. But to be fair, there are probably people that have even more confused ideas of the lore because they changed the lore so much in the anime. So if anyone, like, only watches the anime, their idea of the lore is going to be completely backwards. If they play the games and watch the anime, how do you even keep that shit straight? I say as if we don't live in a world where people can somehow keep over 1,000 Pokemon straight. And what moves they learn in what generation, it's in all that nonsense. But still. Classic Mega Man's where it's at. Yeah, like... I like that Classic Mega Man's lore is simple. Like, there's still lore there, but it's, like, pretty bare. Definitely not the main draw of those games. And most of the classic Mega Man games are designed like a Saturday morning cartoon, where, like, the games don't really... I wouldn't say there's much of a continuity. Like, there is, but you don't, like, have to play them in order, and if you were to, like, skip to, like, Mega Man 8, you wouldn't be like, wait, I don't understand, what's happening? Like, the game has, like, an isolated incident that you only... If you play that game, you're gonna know what's going on. While I think the X series and the Zero series get so, like... I don't want to say political, because I think they deal with social issues more so, and ever since 2020, and probably even before that, we live in a society that confuses social issues for political issues. But my point is it gets a little bit more... I don't want to say convoluted, because not necessarily convoluted. But it gets more gray, like... Which is something interesting about those games, but the classic series kind of lacks that. And I wouldn't necessarily... You could probably also skip around to the X series, and maybe even the Zero series, and still have a good enough idea of what's going on. But you're probably going to have a lot of moments of, wait, what the hell are they talking about? Unless you're, like, already deep in the lore. And even then, if you are, there's probably going to be a lot of moments of, what the hell are they talking about? Whereas Classic is just, like, character introductions are the only thing you're missing. If you play Mega Man 5 and you didn't play Mega Man 3, you're going to be like, who the hell is Proto Man? But that's about it. You don't need to know anything about him, you just gotta know the character exists. I think the classic series... Something else, I was talking to a friend about this back when Sonic Prime came out, where they said something about, like, they don't know anything about Sonic lore, so they probably wouldn't watch it, and I was like... You don't need to know anything about Sonic lore. And even then, the characters are, like... what's a good way to explain this? I don't want to say that the characters are one-dimensional, because that's not what, like, that's not true. The characters have depth, but they're very easy to immediately understand. They drop, like, Tails or Knuckles on screen, and in, like, a couple of minutes you understand what makes this character tick. So you don't really have to have prior knowledge. You can just kind of jump in and be like, okay, so that's Knuckles, I get it. He's a little naive, and he's a hothead. Like, you kind of get it pretty easily. And I think the classic Mega Man series is similar to that, like with Proto Man and Bass in particular. If you skip Mega Man 7 and then play, like... Bass might be a little bit more convoluted. Because he has that whole rebellious streak where, like, you might lose out on the fact that Dr. Wily did make him. Because if you play, like, Mega Man 10 first, and he's just, like, fucking with Wily's plans, you're just gonna assume he's, like, a good guy, right? So he's not the best example, but Proto Man's pretty straightforward, I think. And I think that's good for games like that. I think that gives them, like, stronger mass appeal. Because, like I said, I don't think you need to know anything about Sonic to watch Sonic Prime. You might miss a couple of little references here and there, but, like, you're not going to be completely lost. It's not going to be a moment of, well, I didn't play Sonic Unleashed, so I don't understand what's happening right now. And that's good. That means that you can kind of jump in whenever you want to. As much as I enjoy the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it is a problem they have where a lot of the movies are like, you should probably watch these 4 other installments to, like, fully appreciate what's happening here. And that's, like, that's a big entrance fee. And a lot of people are just going to be like, I have to watch 3 movies and a series to, like, completely understand what's happening here. I'm just gonna, like, not. I'm either going to not watch it and just watch this one movie, this next movie, and not understand what's happening and then criticize them for the fact that I don't understand what's happening, or I'm just gonna not watch any of them. Which is, like, honestly fair. I think that's why a lot of the stuff they did in Phase 4 was a little bit more splintered. And it wasn't, like, all heading towards one end goal. I mean, it is, but, like, not as much as Thanos was. And I think part of that was because they didn't want people to feel like they have to watch everything. Because going into Infinity War and Endgame, there was, what, like 23 movies or something like that? I think there was 23 at the time of Endgame. So by the time the next Endgame comes around, it's gonna be like 48 movies. Not counting all the series and shit. That's just like a lot to keep up on. And it's a very time-consuming thing to keep up on as well. It's easier with games like this because it's like, I don't have a lot of time to look at chat anyway. And a lot of you guys are playing, so you can't necessarily be chatting back. So it's easier to just kind of go off on tangents. I think I pointed that out, like, a couple of months ago, though, when Scarlet was still pretty new here. I think she said something about, like, I think she, like, apologized for, like, oh, sorry for the random question. And it's like, realistically, random questions are a godsend, as long as they're not, like, fucking stupid. Like, if the question is, so, what do you think about the new Among Us update? I'm gonna be like, shut up. Like, why would you ask me that? But if it's, like literally anything else? It's just a nice, it's like dropping a seed in the soil, you know what I mean? Just gonna let that grow into a conversation. But then there's, like, obvious, stupid conversations that's like, what do you think about the latest Drake drama? And it's like, what the fuck are you... Don't you know who I am? Is Drake even, like, trending anymore? I don't know. I don't know anything about that person other than the name. I hate the Drake. No, I don't hate them. It's just a 30-year-old reference that only 2 people are gonna understand. Hey, Scarlet. It's funny, when I said something about it, I could see in my peripheral vision that chat scrolled up, and I was like, I have a feeling that's Scarlet that just popped in. What I should start doing... The one content creator I watch a lot of, and most of his content is stream archives. He'll point this out when people say, like, when people drop random questions, and if he's like, if he thinks it's a good one, he'll say, that's an excellent question. Even though sometimes it sounds sarcastic. But I think the way he's looking at it is, this can spiral into a conversation, therefore it is a great question. Even if it's seemingly random and has nothing to do with anything. And it might sound sarcastic when I say it's a good question. He says pretty often that, like, sometimes he'll just look at... Like, he doesn't read chat, which is interesting. I mean, he does. He parses it, but he doesn't, like, read it out loud. He doesn't read what chatters are saying. But he says sometimes he'll just look at chat and, like, if he sees someone say something that just makes him think of something else, he's just like, I'm gonna talk about that now. So, a lot of things he does that I've taken as, like, I want to do things like that, because I like the way he does it. Oh, one thing I don't really like is... I do like it, but I don't like it. It's how call-out he can be towards viewers. Like, if someone asks him, like, hey, why don't you play this game? And it's a game that he consistently has very poor, like, numbers with. He'll think nothing of calling them out for, like, a 14-minute rant about, like, oh yeah, you say you want me to play that, but you're not gonna fucking watch when I do play it. And it's like, just skim over those comments. Just skip those. You don't have to respond to those. Oh, internet's acting up again. That sucks. I don't know if Riley's back yet. I'm waiting for Riley. So it's functional, but it's sluggish. If I get another one of these guitars, I should actually, like, get the stuff to give it a custom paint job. Something I never did. Yeah, it can always be a downer. I was talking to a friend about... It's funny how different people have different perspectives of this. Because they said something about, like, when their internet goes out, they basically can't play any games ever, because everything's online now, and I was like, that's because you're a PC gamer. Like, you don't understand. But then I was also like, Sony and Microsoft kind of have that issue, too. Like, I'd be curious to know if my internet goes out, how much, like, Game Pass can I access? Or does it just give me the finger and say, come back when your internet's back? I think Nintendo's, like, the last one standing in that regard, where, like, you can boot up your Switch and, like, actually play video games if you don't have internet. Unless, of course, they're online games, but I'm talking about games that, like, aren't necessarily online. I'm gonna assume Riley's back. Shouldn't have taken him that long to get a Pepsi, unless he was, like, literally going to the store. Rebooting the router quick couldn't hurt, if you didn't already do that yesterday. Sometimes that's all it takes. I know sometimes people will be like, oh, I doubt rebooting it's gonna fix it, so why bother? But sometimes it fucking works. I don't think sitting a plant next to it is actually gonna block the signal to that degree. This is a big plant. Theo, there's walls between you and the router. Like, entire walls. Probably multiple walls. And probably something like a refrigerator or something. Like, it's... I don't think a plant's gonna make that much of a difference. It's a pretty shit-ass router, if that's the case, is kind of what I'm getting at. Oh no, the Cat Peach is back. Yeah, if you didn't restart yesterday, I'd recommend it. Like I said, sometimes that is all it takes. Sometimes it isn't. I'm not gonna say it is gonna fix it, I'm just saying it's worth a shot. Ah, fuck, I was looking at chat. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes you reboot the router and then it's like, I don't like that you unplugged me, even though there's no way to turn me off without unplugging me, so I'm just gonna take like 30 minutes to reboot now, so hopefully that doesn't happen. Whoops. Thought I was still in fireballs. Hey, guy. Oh, yum, cold coffee. It's funny how, in theory, if the coffee isn't hot anymore, you just make, like, iced coffee, right? But it's not, like, that simple. You'd think it would be. To be like, well, people like iced coffee, so why would cold coffee be a bad thing? Same with tea. Like, if you have hot tea and you don't finish it quickly enough, it's like, okay, well, it's just gonna become iced tea. But it doesn't work like that. Last day before vacation. Last stream before vacation, because tomorrow's technically not vacation. Technically, it starts on Sunday. If we weren't doing a movie night tomorrow, then I probably would have been streaming. Let's put it that way. And I was also saying earlier that, like, I don't know if it... I almost don't want to call it a vacation anymore, because, like, when I was sick and recovering, I basically just didn't do anything. That was probably the vacation I needed. Whereas, I'm probably gonna make plans all next week. Like, I'm gonna be doing stuff. Especially because I just spent a lot of time not doing anything. So I'm probably gonna load myself down with, like, recording and doing art stuff. So I don't think it's gonna be much of a vacation. I'm planning on doing a bunch of cooking, too. Gonna do, like, a proper holiday meal with my mother for... Since we missed that, since we were both sick as shit. Well, that was not a great race. open in sooner. You couldn't find a charged controller. You guys need to, like, realize the appeal of just playing with the controller plugged in. Especially as more and more of them become USB-C, you could literally just plug them into an outlet if you're not sitting right in front of the console. Hell, I think all of my chargers are plugged into outlets. I don't think they're plugged into any consoles. I might be wrong on that, except for the PS4 one, because you actually do need to plug that into the PS4. Well, no, you don't, because it's still just a USB. So you could technically put that in an outlet too, but you know what I mean. On the other hand, what night was it? I was trying to play some Switch Sports a couple nights ago. Which, by the way, the golf in Switch Sports is, like, really good. I was playing that, my Joy-Con started dying, and I was like, okay, that figures, because I tend to leave them off the Switch until they start to die. But then I put them back on the Switch, and then I had to turn on the Pro Controller to turn the Switch off, because I wasn't thinking. And then it was immediately like, oh, the Pro Controller's dying too. So sometimes it just all catches up with you at once. The apocalyptic one is when my headphones start dying. Well, specifically in the middle of a stream. If it's not in the middle of a stream, who cares? That's why I said just use an outlet. Are all of your outlets far away, too? I don't know, there are solutions other than, I guess I can't play, is all I'm getting at. I guess there's also just, like, make sure you charge your controllers, but I'm bad with that, too, so I'm not about to act like that's a solution. That's unfair. Nah, fuck. Okay. Actually, I think my Switch charger is still plugged into the Switch, but the Xbox one is just plugged into the outlet. Oh my god, give me something new. What the fuck? Oh, I saw the boo. That was not as much of a concern as I thought it was. That steel, though? Anything interesting for AGDQ this year? I honestly don't remember anything that's on the games list. When they released the games list, I skimmed over it, and I remember there was a couple things that I was like, oh, I'm excited about that, but I don't remember what any of it is now. I think the finale is Pokemon Legends or something, which is pretty cool. That's like the only thing I can even vaguely remember. I also want to say there's a Mega Man Legends run, but I might be wrong about that. There's a Final Fantasy VII run, because I remember talking to Twain, because it's the category he runs. So I remember that as well. No, the Legends games haven't been re-released in, like, a long time. I think they might be on the PlayStation Network, but that's about it. Who did this to us, by the way? I expect that Legends Legacy Collection is probably going to be next, once BattleNet works out. They'll probably do Legends next, and then Star Force will probably be last. And maybe they won't take as long since they're only 3 games each. God damn, I can't make any... I can't, like, get ahead at all. I was just stuck. And I think at this point I don't want to look through the list too much, because if I decide to do an art montage for this event, I kind of like not knowing what I'm getting into. And just picking the characters, like, as the runs come up. Where I can just be like, yo, Banjo-Tooie! I'll draw that. But I remember those 3 things, at least. I don't even remember what, like, Sonic runs there are or anything. And I don't think they had decided on, like, bonus games yet at that point in time, so... I'm kind of hoping there's going to be, like, a Sonic Frontiers bonus game. That would be kind of nice. I'd love to see what they're doing with that already. It might be too soon, though. The last event had Kirby and the Forgotten Land, but that had already been out for, like, 4 or 5 months by that point. Frontiers has only been out for 2. I'm guessing Theo's router got pretty mad at him. I'm suddenly realizing. As I ran over that fucking Koopa in his name. Got kicked out. That's weird. Are you at work? It looked like Riley got punted a little while ago too. I don't know if he was intentionally leaving for some reason. You ever see game rumors and just get mad? I saw a rumor like last week that was like, 2023, this is the year Metroid Prime Trilogy is gonna get announced, and there's gonna be a new F-Zero game. And I was like, shut the fuck up. Just stop. Like, come on. Our source correctly guessed that the next Zelda game was going to be called something of the something, so clearly they know what they're talking about. I did see one that was interesting, that apparently the Switch Pro was a thing, but then they canceled it and decided not to release it. And I'm curious, if that's true, why did they decide not to release it? Like, why did they decide not to go forward with it? If I had to guess, it's probably because they were, like, shortages. They were like, why would we release a new console right now when no one's gonna be able to fucking get one? Which is completely fair. I've said a couple of times that I don't really want to see them release another console until the shortages are, like, taken care of so that we can actually find the things. Imagine, like, remember how hard it was to find a Switch at first? Imagine that plus the shortages. Like, what's the point of even releasing a console? Oh my god. I think I saw another one that was like the Switch 2 is gonna come out in 2024, and I was like, that's actually, like, accurate, though. I think that's, like, completely... I wouldn't even say that's a rumor. I would say that's just, like, very... What's the word I'm looking for? Educated guess. Because I think we've said that before. I think we've had nights with Eno where we're talking about it, and we're like, yeah, the Switch 2 is probably gonna be in 2024. Which hopefully people will start to realize that, like, at this point, it's too late for a Switch Pro. If you assume that, like, their next console is gonna be, like, next year, there's no time to release something like a Switch Pro. Unless they announce it, like, tomorrow. and it comes out, like, at the end of January. Like, there's just no time. I don't know, I think I'm just, like, very tired of the rumors just kind of being the same thing over and over again. And the same hopefulness of, like, we're finally gonna get Mother 3, there's finally gonna be a new F-Zero game. It's like, can't you just, like, chill out and be surprised when they do announce it and go, yo, Pog? It's the game that I've been wanting to see, but I didn't expect them to actually do it. Like, I don't know. I guess I've been jaded over the last, like, 10 years to just start thinking they're not gonna do it, and then I'm surprised when it does happen, instead of constantly thinking that it's going to happen and being disappointed for 5 years straight. Yeah, but I think that, like, goes without saying. Because Breath of the Wild comes out in summer? Somewhere? Late spring? I forget, because I kind of don't care. After that, what the hell are they going to talk about? Metroid Prime 4 is their next big thing, unless they announce a new Mario game or something. Which I'm sure they are going to have other surprises to announce as well, but... I think Zelda's actually coming out before the time that E3 would be, right? So it's like... Yeah, they're going to have to drop some fucking bombs at E3. What other games do they even have in the pipeline right now? I keep forgetting about Kirby's Return remake, mastered, whatever that is called, Deluxe, probably. I keep forgetting that's a thing. I think that's in like February or something. Fire Emblem's out in like 2 weeks. The fuck was that red shell? Excuse me? You... What is with this AI player? What is going on? Ah, fuck. I always take that turn way too wide, specifically on the 3rd lap. I think I heard something about them, like, addressing a design flaw. Like, a couple weeks ago. Makes you wonder when they're going to address the design flaw of it not having any games. Heyo. It's decently late, and you work pretty early now, don't you? These days? You said you have a long week ahead of you, too. I think what bothers me about the Mother 3 rumors and the F-Zero rumors in particular is they almost seem like memes at this point. I find it hard to believe that this many years later, people are still obsessed with those particular titles. You never hear anybody being like, yo, they should make another Wario Land. Like, you never hear anything creative in that regard. It's always just like... It's like it's a safe bet rumor. Which makes it feel all the more, you need to shut the fuck up. Because it's like... It's so predictable that that makes it believable, which means more people are going to click on your article. But it's more likely that they're going to do something like... I don't know, pitch a Star Fox out there or something. Because that's the stuff you never hear people talking about. I've mentioned it before, but like 5 years ago? 6 years ago? I don't know. There's a point in the Wii U's lifespan where there was a very believable rumor that they were making a Star Fox racing game. And for a while, like, it was one of the few rumors where I was like, this is actually very believable. To the point that we started taking it as fact. We were like, yeah, that's a game that exists. It's just a matter of time until we see it. Now it's, you know, obviously it was never a thing. But it became a thing where any, like, collection of rumors you saw always involved that game. Because it made the rumor look more believable. They're like, oh, they're citing that game that we know exists. I always fall into that pipe, like, every time. Like, I'd believe it more if they were gonna be like, what's like an off-the-wall idea that would be like, I actually believe that. Like a new Wario Land game. That's a good example, I think. Or like a new Yoshi's Island. That's the sort of stuff that would make me go, maybe. That's kind of believable. But when people just spout the same fucking rumors every month for every year, 4 years in a row, it's like, come on. Surprised there hasn't been a new Star Fox on the Switch. I'm not. It's not a successful franchise, is really all it comes down to. Star Fox is one of those franchises that whenever they make a new game, they're like, this might be the last one if this one doesn't sell well. And I don't think they're really serious about that. But I think they're just kind of saying, like, we're not going to be making, like, yearly installments of this shit unless it actually sells really well. If anything, I'm maybe surprised that they haven't tried to, like, reverse engineer Star Fox Zero and make it, and port it to Switch. But I don't know, maybe they don't want to. Also, I just remembered, they did announce Pikmin 4, didn't they? So I guess we're gonna start hearing about that soon. I almost completely forgot about that. So that'll probably be a pretty big push once Zelda's out. And they're like, well, shit, we need something to talk about. You know, I don't even want to see anything about Metroid Prime 4. I just want them to acknowledge, yes, we're still working on it and it's going well. I just want to hear, like, a good faith update of... Like, it didn't get canceled, development's going well. Like, that would be enough for me. I'd be like, okay, carry on. Boom, 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 boom. I did see something on Twitter that made me smile, because something I really like about Twitter, and I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again, because I really like it. I like the engagement posts that people do, where they'll just be like, let's talk about this, and they just, like, present a topic. And the one I saw was a typical, what character would you want to see in Smash Brothers kind of post, which, cringe, but they specified it has to be a first-party character, and that made it very interesting. And the one that a lot of people were saying that I completely agree with was Ravenbeak. They were like, this motherfucker was made to be in Smash Brothers, and I was like, yes, absolutely. Yeah, I still think the very concept of GameCube Online doesn't make any goddamn sense. But it tricks people into clicking on the article and being like, ooh. You mean we can play Mario Sunshine and Wind Waker and Smash Brothers Melee and nothing else because those are the only GameCube games that are highly overrated? Be just like Super Nintendo Online when people were like, we want to play Mario World and Link to the Past again. Donkey Kong Country Trilogy? What's that? Metroid? Metroid? What? Super Metroid? What's that? That's not my super overrated game that I already own 5 times. Anyway, sorry. Bum, 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 bum. There's a lot of solid GameCube games. It's just the practicality of GameCube Online doesn't make any sense. Unless they invent some bonkers compression technology. The files are too goddamn big. Like, did you ever upgrade your storage on your Switch, Riley, or are you still rocking the basic storage? And how much was the basic storage? I forget. Like, GameCube games aren't large, but how many games are there on the N64 Online? Like, 2 dozen? That's gonna be like 48 gigs, which I'm pretty sure that's larger than the base storage. If you were to buy a Switch and immediately buy Switch Online and download GameCube Online, you would not have enough storage space to put it on your Switch. They can't do it. They'd have to completely recreate the, like, library hub and make it that you download the games on a case-by-case basis, instead of downloading one app that has all of them. The files are just too large. And it, like, pains me that nobody acknowledges that. Also, there's a strong chance they wouldn't put Smash Brothers on there anyway, because Smash 64 isn't on there yet, is it? And that's probably because they're like, no, buy Ultimate. I still think Game Boy Online and Game Boy Advance Online would be a much better use of their time. Streaming them would be terrible. I have absolutely no confidence that Nintendo could make a good streaming service. Unless they're bringing Microsoft in to help, and then maybe. That would be a worse reality than having to download an enormous file. Not enormous. 48 gigs is really not that big, all things considered, but for Switch, it's pretty fucking big. Streaming would be a terrible idea. I think the way to do it would be just make it that you download the games individually. That way you can just only download the ones that you want. I think that would work completely fine. They just have to redo the app to actually, like, account for something like that. And let's face it, most people are only going to download, like, those 3 games anyway, so... Then it would be completely fine. I think it would make more sense for them to just make it a virtual console, honestly. And I think most people would prefer that they pivot back to the virtual console format anyway. I think if they just made a GameCube virtual console, it would be completely fine. The only thing that would suck about that is then we'd have to deal with the slow trickle of getting like one new game every 3 months. Which was never fun, but... I still think they should have done Game Boy before Super Nintendo, honestly. Give us a bunch of games that people have never played before. And I think they probably would if the games were accessible. That's the thing. At this point, like, I think back in the day, people had the stigma of, like, oh, it's just a handheld game. Now I think it's an issue of... how do you access the games? In this day and age, no one's gonna want to spend the money on an old Game Boy and the games, and then a buttload of AA batteries. Just sit there underneath a lamp to play the game. Like, it's just... no one wants to do that. That's why the, what was it called? The Analog Pocket? Is that... am I thinking of the right product? I think that's why people were so interested in that. Yeah, between the Game Boy Advance, the DS, and the 3DS, like, there's a lot of good games on all of those platforms that a lot of people have never played. Because they probably just shrugged and were like, meh. Well, they're not just gonna use Microsoft servers. They're gonna want their own servers, understandably so. Could they ask Microsoft with help setting them up? Yeah. Would I still, like, prefer that they not do... like, I still don't fully believe in streaming in that regard. I think we're maybe still a couple years out from that. From what I've seen of Microsoft's, it's like way more solid than most. But I think it still has some serious issues. And the Switch itself has a very bad track record with cloud versions. So I wouldn't tempt fate on that one. I think that's a bad idea. And there's still the issue of, like... Again, with what we were talking about with, like, games always being online. I don't think... Now, see, there's a lot of counter-arguments for this, but stick with me here. I don't think having something that requires you to have online on Switch is a great idea. Because a lot of people still play the thing in handheld. Like, on the go, especially in Japan. So I think having it be streaming is just not a good idea. Now, you're probably going to say, Splatoon is a ridiculously huge thing in Japan, and that requires an online... It requires that you have online. That's true. That's true, that's pretty true. I don't even know, like, if you're not connected to the internet, can you even access NES and SNES online? And N64? I don't know how to have that set up. But I think having it that... I think they would rather that you don't need to have online. Active online, rather. I'm not saying that Microsoft won't let them, I just don't think Nintendo will want to. That's one of their problems, is they tend to look at solutions and like that are perfectly viable and say, nah. Like it's silly. Just look at their online in general. Internet check once a week to play the NES and the other onlines. That's not too bad, because that means if you're going on a trip for like a weekend, that you'll be fine. You'd think it would be once a month, because that's when you pay for the online service, but whatever. What do I know, I guess? I think that would be the most reasonable way to do it, is just... Well, they paid for a month of online, so we'll just give them access until this date, and then we'll make it check. It has to check to see if they still have the online. Maybe that makes too much sense. That's a good example of what I was talking about, that Nintendo's just very goofy with stuff like that sometimes. But it's also, like, not that big of a deal, really. I think what it comes down to is, like, I don't think GameCube Online is worth all this troubleshooting to begin with. It's not easy. Whereas, like, Game Boy would be fucking easy. They can just use the emulator application they already have. Just stick a bunch of ROMs into it and be done with it. GameCube would require too many moving parts where they have to, like, do things differently. And I don't know if they believe that it would be worth it. That's the constant thing. You have to ask yourself, or this is what they're asking themselves, so this is what you have to think about, is would that push more people to buy the expansion pack, basically? Because that's the way they're looking at it. They're thinking, if we put GameCube games on there, is that going to increase the sales number of Switch Online? Personally, I don't think so. Especially when it would take a lot of effort to get working. Do I think Game Boy and Game Boy Advance would do much? Probably not, if I'm being honest. I think you already have, like, the most overrated games on there, so... those are... what are you gonna do that those aren't already doing? When people think of NES and Super NES and N64, they think of Mario, Mario 3, Mario World, Mario 64, A Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time. That's pretty much it. You'll never hear anyone being like, oh man, you can play retro games on Nintendo Switch if you have an online subscription? I hope they have Kirby Air Ride. Nobody says that. And clearly people do, but you're like a severe minority there, is kind of the thing. Yeah, sometimes the resets are really, really janky in this game. Similar with, like, Game Boy and Game Boy Advance, I think. Like, I don't think a lot of people are saying, oh man, I can't wait to play Kirby's Dream Land 2. Or Metroid 2. Or Wario Land 4. That's a big reason why I don't think the Game Boy Advance would pull in a lot of people, because it didn't have a Mario game. The only Mario games on the Game Boy Advance were ports. There was one Zelda game, and nothing against Minish Cap, but I don't think it's one of the more highly rated ones. I don't think that would make people go, yo, Minish Cap? Game Boy Advance is, like, absolutely niche, I think. Because it's stuff like Metroid Zero Mission, Metroid Fusion, the early Fire Emblems, which aren't quite so niche anymore. There's a couple Kirby games on there that were pretty good. Which I guess Kirby has pretty mainstream appeal, too. And then there's, like, they're not going to put Pokemon games on there, I'm pretty sure. I think Pokemon is one of those things just like Smash Brothers, where they don't want you to buy old Pokemon games. They want you to buy the new ones. But I don't know, they did put Generation 1 and 2 on the 3DS Virtual Console eventually. It took them forever, but they did eventually do it, so... Oh, fuck. But I still think doing Game Boy and Game Boy Advance would be so easy that, like, they have nothing to lose. It's not like those games are difficult to emulate. It's not like even N64 probably took them a lot of work to get that emulation working well. But Game Boy especially, but also Game Boy Advance are like, that emulation's pretty cracked. I think you could just do it, and there wouldn't be much problem. Well, I'm just gonna get down quickly enough.
I don't know if they want to put that much effort into GameCube either to do HD remasters, but maybe. But you basically nailed it. If they were to do HD remasters, they would basically only do the games that people won't shut the fuck up about, and then they probably wouldn't do much else. Next console, I could see a GameCube Online working. I just don't think it makes sense for this current generation. I could see the next, who knows if they're even going to call it a Switch. They probably will. It'll probably just be a Switch 2, realistically. Or, like, a Super Switch or something. Super Nintendo Switch? I don't know. Don't call it new Nintendo Switch. I'll fucking lose it. Where was I? I could see that being a major selling point of, like, the next console. Because then they're going to be like, well, we have a bigger hard drive installed. So GameCube Online is just available on, like, day one. I just don't think it makes sense for this current generation. Too many hoops to go through. I guess what it comes down to is, like, I'm saying this already, I'm just reiterating. It's like, what mainstream appeal would those have? I don't think a lot of them, honestly, even Game Boy and Game Boy Advance, like, I don't think they have mainstream appeal. They have, like, niche appeal. Again, I think Game Boy and Game Boy Advance is, like, it would be easy enough to do that it doesn't matter that it's only niche. It would just be something that would make your fans happy, basically. And there's nothing wrong with that. But when it comes to, like, the expansion pack in particular, they want to put stuff on there that's going to make people buy it. I'd be curious to know how... I don't know if they've released sales numbers for, like, Switch Online expansion pack. I think they've said it's mostly doing well, but... I'd be curious to know, like... I personally... We've had this conversation before. I personally don't know what they could put on expansion pack that would make me say, I'm ready to buy it. Like, I don't know what the answer to that is. What would make me say, like, oh, that's awesome. It's time to upgrade. N64 is kind of close, but it's still just, like, a piece of the pie, you know what I mean? They kind of have this situation where it's like... My brain isn't working well enough to put this analogy together, but you get what I was saying with, like, the pieces of the pie. Like, I feel like the expansion pack has, like... Imagine you go to, like, an event, and they, like, wheel dessert out, and it's, like, it's this big pie, but there's, like, it's been pieced together from multiple pies. So there's, like, 16 different flavors in one. That's what, like, Switch Online is, right? Not all of the flavors are going to appeal to everybody. Which is kind of problematic. Who's gonna spend, like, $100 on, like, a 3-foot-wide pie that has 16 different flavors in it when you only like 2 of the flavors? That's a tough sell. They need a singular pie that is one flavor that makes you go, yes, I will buy this. And that's what they're kind of lacking. I think they're kind of dropping the ball in regards to, like, putting more shit on there, if I'm being honest. When was the last time they added something new to Switch Online? N64? And that was, like, a fucking year ago? They have, what, the Splatoon 2 expansion, which who fucking cares, because Splatoon 3 is out now. We can probably assume Splatoon 3 is going to have an expansion, and it's going to be on there. There's the Mario Kart expansion, and the Animal Crossing expansion, and then there's N64 and Genesis? Like, is that it? There's still not enough on there to make me say, like, yeah, I gotta buy that. And again, I don't know what they can add that will make me say, like, oh, they got it. They got me. Most of the things I can think of are, like, not things they're gonna do. I think doing something like Sony and Microsoft does with giving free games is probably a good start. But that can be kind of hit or miss, too. Because I didn't really like how Sony did it. There's like 2 games I think I got through that I was like pretty hyped up about. And the rest I was like, well, it'll be nice to have for a rainy day, I guess, except I have to renew my service to be able to play them, which means I'm never going to play them. At least that's not an issue with Xbox. I also think Nintendo has this thing these days, ever since Iwata passed, really, where I think they think their games are too good to give away. Why would they give away something like, say, Mario Kart 8 when they know they can sell it for full price? Consistently. And while that's true, that's not incorrect. It's also like, you don't have a lot to lose by... Sometimes you just gotta think about what's gonna make the players happy and not necessarily what's gonna make you money. And I think they've kind of lost that. Yeah, it's probably break time. Need to get a fresh drink and all that stuff. I'm feeling I'm not as short of breath as I was yesterday. But my voice is still very tired. And part of that is just because it's easy to talk more playing this game, I think. Frontiers is a little bit more atmospheric, where I kind of just want to shut up and soak it in, you know what I mean? Anyway, I'll go ahead and run off and grab a drink and take a bathroom break and everything. And we will start back up when we get back. So stay tuned. Take some breaks yourself if needed. And we will continue shortly. major melon hanging out in the back of the fridge that's nice and nice. Sometimes it's the simple things. What, is it like a specific artist you found on YouTube or something? And are we ready to jump back in? I have a couple of artists I follow on YouTube that are like, they do remixes of game music but in other sound fonts. So they'll do like Mega Man 1's soundtrack but it's using the Mega Man 7 instruments or whatever. I have one that does Sonic stuff in the Game Gear sound font, which I think is really cool. I kind of think if I ever make a game that's retro themed, I should try and go with the Game Gear look. Just because it's unique and nobody else does it. Oh, is it somebody doing like repost nonsense? That sucks. You know, unless they're giving proper credit, of course, and then it's fine. I've had people ask me that before, like, how do you feel about people reposting your artwork? And it's like, as long as they're giving proper credit, I don't care. Honestly. I definitely see some people, like, reposting artwork on Twitter that are like, they do not give proper credit, and I'm like, man, that is just so shitty. Which I think, slightly different situations. Because I think when it comes to Twitter, if someone sees a piece of artwork and they really like it, and they can see who the original artist was, then it's very likely that they're going to go to that person's profile and see what else they've done, right? I feel like with stuff like music on YouTube, that's less of a thing. It could still happen, but I guess the problem with something like that on YouTube is that anyone can monetize, basically. And this even goes down to, like, people wonder why those channels that do, like, the extensions of video game music get shut down. And that's why, because they monetize that shit. And, like, that's not their work. Like, sure, they're the one looping it for 30 minutes or whatever, but, like, compared to the effort that went into creating the actual piece, like, they're trying to profit off of that. And even if they're looking at it as I'm just trying to get a little bit of money for the effort that I put in on the extensions themselves, people are still going to look at it as you're trying to profit off of something you didn't make. You can't do that on Twitter. Asterisk, yet. Because I think they said that they want to work on better monetization features for Twitter, so that you could actually, like, if you use Twitter as like a platform for art or music, that you could actually monetize and get some money from that. Which I think you can already do, but it's, like, very difficult to get approved. I'm not sure. I've never really looked into it, and it's something I've only briefly heard about. Welcome back, Riley, by the way. Yeah, musicians can't do that, though, which kind of sucks. But yes, with art, branding is very, very important for that reason. You ever see the people who repost artwork and try to edit out the watermarks? Like, that's, like, as toxic as you can get. Because it's not even that they're trying to take credit, they're just trying to deprive you of credit, which is just really shitty. Oh, is that how you dropped out? Did you listen to that song I sent you this morning, Riley? I actually edited out watermarks before. Why? Yeah, like, I think DeviantArt has an automated watermark that slaps it right in the fucking middle of the picture, and it's like, that's not great. And, like, the whole concept of art theft is, like, which is a thing on DeviantArt, for sure. The whole concept of art theft is, like, kind of funny to me, because sure, somebody can take your work and say, I made this. But they can't, like, profit from it? Because what are they gonna do? Have somebody be like, hey, I want to commission you? Then what do? You know what I mean? They can't really, like, even if they get any sort of fame from it, inevitably they're going to get busted and it's gonna come back to you anyway. Is kind of the way I look at it. So I'm not saying it's not a problem, it's just, like, not something I've ever been super paranoid about. I actually did have it happen on DeviantArt, like, a long time ago. And I don't even know if it was ever resolved, if I'm being honest, but that was how I looked at it at the time. I was like, well, I remember seeing, like, because this is just how DeviantArt works, that I remember seeing that they were getting a lot of comments of people, like, requesting stuff. And they were like, oh yeah, sure, I'll do that. And I was like, yeah, good luck with that. Unless you're gonna somehow trick me into doing it, which is, like, not gonna work. All it really taught me was just to make better watermarks. Something I keep laughing about because it's died down a little bit, but for like a month there, like last month, people were all about like, oh, Twitter's dying, abandoned ship, let's find a new platform. And I was like, okay, from an artist perspective, where the fuck are you gonna go? Like, think about that for 2 seconds. If there was a better option, we would have taken it already. Where are you gonna go, DeviantArt? Yeah, right. What have you done? Tumblr, where their algorithm detects skin tone and says that's pornography? Ban them? Like, I don't think so. It's like... People don't seem to realize that we don't necessarily use Twitter because we like it. It's because there's not really any other options. It is amazing to me, though, that Newgrounds is, like, the most relevant it's been in, like, 20 years. Just due to the fact that, like, it's a pretty good art portal. And now people are like, well, we have to leave Twitter. Something else people don't seem to realize, though, is that you can have multiple platforms. That's, in fact, not a terrible idea as an artist. Like, that's how you get more exposure. But anyway. Oh my god, why am I being hit by everything? I follow a couple of streamers on Twitter that were very like, oh, well, Twitter's dying, we have to go somewhere else. And I was like, where are you gonna go? For stuff like that? For just, like, shitposting in between streams and posting that you're live? Like, where else are you going to go? What is widely used enough that you could even do that? And some of them, admittedly, were just kind of like, I'm just gonna use my Discord server. And it's like, you know what? That's, like, not a terrible idea. If you have a pretty good following on Discord, yeah, that makes sense. Otherwise, what are you gonna do? Make a Facebook page? Like, yeah, right. Unless your demographic is in their 60s, I don't think that's gonna work out very well. The whole Mastodon thing was really funny to me, because people were so desperate to switch platforms that they were like, hey, here's one, let's go to this one. And they were like, oh, this sucks. So, this isn't great. You cocksucker. Hey Twain, what's that expression for? What did I say? Did I drop an apocalyptic take? I don't think I did, right? Hating on Facebook isn't hot, right? That's I may be exaggerated by 60, but at least like 40s. Admittedly, I still think Facebook is probably the best one for keeping in touch with people. Like, I pretty regularly think about, like, friends that I used to have that I don't stay in touch with anymore. And I'm kind of like, if I used Facebook, I'd probably be keeping in touch with them. You don't really use Twitter to keep in touch with people. So I do still think it has a purpose. It's just people, like, the Facebook timeline sucks ass. Because it's just filled with fucking memes. So, like, it's unusable. If people actually used it as a social media platform and not as a place to post memes, it would probably be a pretty decent platform. But that's all people do, is they post memes and get in political arguments, and I don't want anything to do with that. I don't think there's anything cringier than somebody posting a political meme. Like, just to get in a fucking argument. Could we, like, not? I'm trying to, like, have a conversation here. Are you, we were talking about the GDQ games list earlier, Twain. Are there any runs that you're looking forward to? I don't know if you've been, like, paying close attention to the list. I haven't. I looked when it was first announced, and then I kind of let it leave my brain, so now I can just watch it and be surprised. I do remember the Final Fantasy VII run, at least. Oh, come on. Oh, come on! What is happening? Thankfully that started and actually hit me. Oh, so you finished Pokemon last night, right? What's the verdict now that you're done? Do your eyes hurt after doing the crater? I told you to have sunglasses ready. Like the worst shaders I've ever seen in a video game. Well, aside from getting hit by everything, this is probably a good race for me because I hit the shortcut every lap. That's pretty cool. It's like the shaders are incomplete in that area. It's mind-blowing. The salvaging part is the whole, like, final fight is, like, pretty cool. Like, that was probably, like, my favorite point of the game, really. People tried to say that didn't happen to them? No, yeah, it... I mean, maybe it doesn't always happen, but that was, like, 100% what it looked like when I was there. I was like, why is it so bright? Something I really, really liked, and we kind of talked about this with terraforming, which isn't called terraforming, but I'm going to call it terraforming because it's a stupid fucking mechanic anyway. I don't like how the gym leaders send out a type that isn't their type and then terraform it into their type. I think that's really boring. I think it should have been the other way around because it makes it more unpredictable. To have them send something out and be like, surprise, it's a ghost type now. And something I really liked about the final fight is with them using all those future forms, you have no idea what the typing is at all. You have to troubleshoot that shit on the fly, which is really interesting. That's not something that Pokemon does to you very often. I really liked how they were just like, figure it out. You can't just go in and just OHKO everything because you already know what everything is weak to. I thought that was a really neat idea. Really promising Twitter alternative that's in development right now. Which one is that? I've probably heard of it. Mastodon did not sound good at all. From what I heard about it. Slow Facebook for event planning. Yeah, see, Twitter doesn't have anything like that. I think the problem with Facebook is just the timeline is terrible. Or rather, people don't use it for the right reasons. People just repost memes constantly. Like, if people were actually posting, like, hey, here's what I've been up to in my life, I think it would be pretty interesting and useful. But instead they just post, like, cringy one-liners. Spoutable? I'll have to keep an eye on it. Or an eye out for it, anyway. Bright as hell and kept flickering. Yeah, because the shadows kept, like, unloading. I forgot about that. It was mostly just the brightness that I was like, what the hell? Doesn't even make sense for it to be that bright with as foggy as it is. It's just silly. Very bold decision, too, to have the, That's the one point in the game where they were like, hey, it would be cool if the characters were talking, like, while you're playing the game, right? Instead of stopping you to talk at you. Like, that's some pretty good design, right? But let's not get it voice acted. That would be too smart. Oh, with, like, the final fight against Nimona? I don't remember having too much trouble with her. It was mostly, the flying Elite Four that I was, like... 2/3 of my team was weak to flying, so... Including the ones that I had that were my flying counters, they were also weak to flying, so that one gave me a lot of trouble. Also, I felt like the crater was way too big. That was when I finally said, like, I'm not going to explore every nook and cranny, because I do not want to be here anymore. Trying to think of 1 more minute lyrics. Hold on, give me a second. I'd rather jump naked on a big pile of thumbtacks. I don't know, I'd rather spend eternity eating shards of broken glasses. Like, that one sums it up really well. And there's what, like, rather get my blood sucked out by leeches. I'd rather glue my nostrils together with crazy glue. It's just, it's all... That's how I felt about that game. You ever heard, his parody of Complicated, Twain? Because I know you're a fan of Avril Lavigne. It's amazing how many things rhyme with complicated. You'd think that not much would, but a lot of things rhyme with complicated. It's really funny. It's also an instance of why I really like Weird Al's later works, because the comedy starts to be layered and tell a story. There's, like, twists and punchlines, whereas a lot of his earlier stuff is just kind of like LOL food. It's very one note. Which is still, like, it's still good, but his later stuff has layers to it. It feels like you're going on a journey, which is really cool. Yeah, because the last one you had played was 3rd gen, right? So I imagine there was a lot of, like, mysticism, where there was stuff where you were like, oh, this is new. Like, they didn't even have the type split in 3rd gen yet, so it's like, you didn't have, like, the split between physical attack and special attack. You did, but it was like every type had its own classification instead of being decided based on the moves. And that, like, really cracked open a lot of movesets. I'd be curious to see you go back and play Sword and Shield now, because you have that, don't you? Yeah, the twist was kind of cool. It was kind of like, I felt like they saved all of their big hits for the end. I think if it weren't for the open world nonsense, I think it would have been a pretty good Pokemon game. Like, the elements of it that were still just a Pokemon game were, like, pretty good. Like, the characters were good, I thought the plot was fine. It wasn't, like, amazing, but it got the job done, and it wasn't, like, it wasn't bad. But I think them making it an open-world game stretched development too thin. I don't think they were, like, prepared for something like that. I made a half joke at one point that they should have brought Monolith Soft in to do the open-world part. And, like, I don't think that is a joke anymore. I think that would have been a good idea. Because Xenoblade's world is really good. But I think stretching them too thin is what caused, like, the graphics to be so bad and all the technical issues. And I got sick of them telling me that the world is my cloister and I can do literally anything I want to. Don't go over there, though! It's like a 10-year-old open-world game. It's like a pretty decent Pokemon game, maybe above decent Pokemon game, wrapped in a 10-year-old open-world shell. I think if they just, like, played it straight, it would have been, like, a significantly better game. I think there's a chance I would have liked it more than Sword and Shield if they just played it straight. Because Sword and Shield had some annoying characters that kind of held it back. Yeah, I think, like, halfway through, I said something that if someone took it and made a demake of Scarlet and Violet with, like, linear routes like a classic Pokemon game, that it probably would be just a better game. And there's nothing wrong with Game Freak just being good at making, like, linear RPGs. Like, that's completely fine. It is a very solid example of not every game needs to be open world. Or at least you need to think about what open world means for the game. And I think I keep going back to Sonic Frontiers. I think with that, they said, we want to make this more open, but what does that mean for the gameplay? Like, how is that going to change things? Pokemon didn't do that. They didn't ask themselves questions of, like, okay, well, it's open, but what does that mean if somebody accidentally makes their way up to the Ice Mountain before they have any gym badges? Instead of addressing that question, they were just like, Well, they're not supposed to do that, so why would we account for something like that? They're supposed to go to the other places first. They missed the point of what open world was. All they did was make a speed run that has sequence breaking, and they were like, well, you know, you're gonna encounter some problems because of the sequence breaking, but that's part of the fun, right? Which, yeah, when it's a speed run, that's part of the fun, but that's because you're breaking the game to begin with. This game came out of the box broken, which is the problem. I don't even think they questioned how much money it would make, necessarily. I think they questioned what won't the fans shut the fuck up about. Because let's be real, no matter what type of game they made, it was going to probably be the best-selling Switch Pokemon game. Every single Pokemon game they put out on Switch is the next best-selling Switch Pokemon game. It would have sold like crazy, no matter what they did. So I don't even think that was part of it. I think they were just like, people won't shut the fuck up about open world, I guess we gotta make it open world. Whoever the game director was, he just had no idea what he was doing. And I think I saw somebody point out that there's basically, they alternate between two game directors, I think. And this might not be completely right. I haven't, like, researched this. It's just something I saw people talking about. And apparently all the mainline games are done by the guy that did Scarlet and Violet. And then Legends Arceus was done by the guy that does the third games. Like, he did Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and I think he did, like, Oras or something. And they were basically saying, this guy's way better. Like, he just knows how to make a game better than the other guy does. They need to pull a Call of Duty with, like, Treyarch and Infinity Ward and just swap them. And be like, okay, you're clearly better, so you should probably handle, like, the main games. Do they even still have Treyarch and Infinity Ward? I don't know. That might be a dated reference. You get what I mean, though. It's just sad because, like, the characters were good. I thought the writing was good. The new Pokemon were good. It's just the world was ass. Like, the world itself was just so... What's slightly worse than mediocre? It felt like someone took... It felt like they made Scarlet and Violet as, like, a normal Pokemon game. And then a fan took the game and modded it and said we replaced every route with open areas. But we don't know anything about game design, so we didn't actually fill the areas with, like, content. That's like Scarlet and Violet in a nutshell. It doesn't even feel professionally made. Subpar isn't bad. Final Fantasy 15? Even Final Fantasy 15, I felt like there was more to do. I had a better time playing Final Fantasy 15 than I did playing Scarlet and Violet. Like, 100%. But it does sound similar in, like, maybe Square Enix had no idea how to make an open-world game, so they were just throwing darts at the dartboard in the dark, and there was like 3 dartboards on the wall. It's just like a hodgepodge of ideas. That game was troubled in a very different manner, I think. The sad thing is I think Pokemon Scarlet and Violet are gonna get away with it too. I think most people are still considering it to be, like, a good game. It's not getting blasted like it should be. That game deserves to be the butt of our joke for, like, the next year. And people kind of aren't criticizing it that much. They're still doing, like, shiny hunting for a shiny starter day 67. Like, they're still just milking the shit out of it. Fuck. Yeah. I think 15 and Scarlet and Violet, again, are polar opposites in that regard. 15 went through, like, development hell, whereas Scarlet and Violet was just rushed. Because they were like, well, we have the trading card game and the anime coming out, so we can't afford to delay it. It did still have a lot of open space, and I'm trying to think of, like, what games haven't I felt that problem in? Because, like, a lot of... This isn't even a hot take. I think a lot of people say open world games all have this problem, where the world feels very empty and like there's nothing to do. I don't think Genshin Impact has that problem. I don't think I ever had a situation in Genshin Impact where I was like, I just explored this area for 15 minutes and there was nothing here. Like, this was all for nothing. Whereas I had that happen a lot in Scarlet and Violet. And in Breath of the Wild, worth pointing that out, too, because I also had that problem there. I think a lot of the problem with Breath of the Wild, though, is that Korok seeds didn't feel satisfying. So I think that's kind of... They tried to fill it with little nuggets, but it wasn't enough to be like, yo, that felt worth it. I never had that problem with Xenoblade 3, where I was like, why is there nothing over here? And I think Sonic Frontiers is a tricky example because it's not really an open world game, but the areas are a lot more open and large. And I think they get around that problem by the fact that you move so fast. If you go through an area that doesn't have anything in it, but it only takes you 10 seconds to do it, it's not going to bother you. Compared to games like Breath of the Wild, where it takes an eternity to get anywhere, it's going to bother you a lot when you spend 15 minutes and there's just, you didn't get anything out of it. In Frontiers, you go off the rails and there was nothing over there, and you were like, okay, well, it only took 25 seconds, and I did some fun, like, aerial acrobatics and beat the shit out of some enemies while I was here, so I still had fun. It's fine. A lot of Scarlet and Violet, for me at least, was being on autopilot, trying my best to avoid the minefield of random Pokemon spawns, and just looking for items. And just picking stuff up, and be like, hey, I found an item. But there wasn't, like, gameplay, because I was just avoiding combat. In most cases. I really like that burn you had yesterday, Riley. How did you phrase it? When I asked if you finished Violet yet, and you said no, you're too busy playing a good video game, Mega Man 1. That's, like, such a good fucking burn. It's so good. Ah, crap. Yeah, and, like, Legends Arceus also kind of addressed it, because you have the Pokemon you can ride that allow you to get around faster, which makes it just more fun to get around, and if there's a stretch of land with nothing in it, you're just kind of like, well, at least I had a fun ride. The issue that Scarlet and Violet had is that if you bump into a Pokemon, you get into fucking combat, so you're being interrupted constantly. Hey, look at that. Legends makes it that you can't get in combat while you're mounted. It's like they thought about their mechanics and actually figured out, hey, there's a problem here, we should address this. But I think what happened was Legends wasn't on a timeline. And by that I mean a release timeline. If they had to delay Legends, they could afford to do it. And I think that paid off. I think Scarlet and Violet was very obviously the trading card game, and the anime is coming out next week. We're doing a crossover promotion with Pokemon Go, where we've already started development on the new Pokemon and Pokemon Unite. It's a multimedia franchise, and I think that held that game back. Maybe they shouldn't have the timeline be so fucking tight if they're going to potentially have that problem. Maybe the trading card game should have came out like 6 months later instead of the same month. And the anime should have started like 6 months later instead of the same month. Actually, I don't think the anime started yet, but you get what I mean. Crap. Yeah, there's still a minor moment with Sonic Frontiers where every now and then I'll like go through a quick platforming segment and there's no like reward at the end of the line because I've already done it and I'm just kind of like, oh. But then it's like, yeah, it took like 30 seconds, and there's something right over there. I'm just gonna go do that now. Like, it's so fast-paced that it doesn't particularly matter when you run into a section of, oh, there was nothing here. There was, like... I don't think I did it on stream. In Scarlet and Violet, there was, like, a swamp area that I explored off-stream. There was nothing there. It took me like 45 minutes to get to and explore that area, and there was nothing in it. Like, at all. I was like, what is this area here for? I also pointed out, and I think Final Fantasy 15 kind of had this problem too. It feels like the people that made the world weren't communicating with the people that were making the rest of the game. Like, it feels like they just made a sandbox, and they were like, well, it's up to you guys to fill it in. And the rest of the team got the world, and they were like, this is too big. Well, there's no time to change it now. The anime's due out in 2 months, so we gotta keep going. Just procedurally generate some item drops and call it a day. We'll stick a Pokemon Center over there just so it doesn't feel like a complete waste of time. And I think at the end of the day, the most insulting thing to me... And again, looking at Sonic Frontiers as a contrast, I feel like I have to apologize for constantly comparing the games, but they came out like several weeks apart, and they just are polar opposites, and I think they're just really good examples. Sonic Frontiers was considered, like, mostly good. Like, I think people criticize the writing a little bit, but even when people criticize the writing, most people just tell them to shut the fuck up, because they're like, it's the best Sonic game we've had in like 10 years, just shut up. Let us have this one. And despite the fact that it's been well received, they're still like, okay, well, next year, we're gonna add a bunch of updates, and they're all gonna be free. Scarlet and Violet's a badly made game. They're still gonna sell a $20 expansion pack to us. They're not even gonna hesitate. They're not even gonna stop and be like, okay, we gotta fix our fucking game first, for free, and then we'll make a DLC update. They're not gonna do that. They're gonna announce that the DLC will be announced this year and will probably be out before the end of the year, and it will completely ignore any of the problems that the game has. That's, like, the really insulting thing to me, which is why I said I am not buying the DLC for that game. That is not happening. I refuse. I think that's the chance to, like, teach them a lesson, and the problem is it's still gonna sell like crazy, so it's not gonna teach them anything. But... so really, I'm just boycotting it because I know I'm not gonna have a good time with it, but when it comes down to it. I just know they're going to ignore all the criticisms because they're like, well, we gotta make the DLC. Because we're going to add 5 new Pokemon, and they're going to be added to the trading card game, so we got to get it done. It's just... I'd say there's a solid chance that when they make Pokemon 10, I'm probably not going to get it. Unless it just looks significantly better. But see, the thing is like, I didn't really have that many doubts about Scarlet and Violet. I mean, I did. I had doubts about the open world, which basically came true. But I didn't think it was going to be as bad as it turned out to be. Ah, fuck. I kind of wish people would stop making a big deal about Ash leaving the anime, to be honest. Does anyone actually like Ash? I thought everybody hated that character. Like, what happened? I didn't think anyone actually liked him, and now all of a sudden he's leaving, and people were like, Ash, no! You can't leave! What? Oh, that lasted the perfect amount of time. That could have really been bad. Yeah, it is over, too. I guess they finally realized that literally if you mapped out a timeline of the anime, that the boy has literally been alive for, like, more than 356 days and he hasn't aged. Like, I think it finally hit a point where they were like, we can't get away with this anymore. I don't know what point it snapped for me. I think the really sad thing is that the first episode, the first stream I did of Scarlet and Violet, I had a good time. I think the entire opening area, up until when you get to the academy, I thought that was all completely fine. It was as soon as I left the academy that I was like, what happened? It feels like the rest of the game is incomplete. It drove off a cliff so fast. I think I remember, like, that was still in the first stream that I left and went to that canyon area, and I was like, why is everything untextured? Like, why does everything look so bad? Like, the first area looks completely fine. If I would have stopped playing the game there, I'd probably still be like, yo, that game was pretty cool, I should play more of it. Well. What can you do? The other really twisted thing is that the game was so bad that it made me want to play made me want to buy other Pokemon games just to, like, cleanse my palate and be like, they're not all this bad. let's buy Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl and play that and remind ourselves that, like, they're not all this terrible. It was so bad that it made me want to give them more money. That's fucked. How did they do that? That's just, like... That's just a miracle. Like, how did they manage to achieve that? They've officially hit the Call of Duty loop. Where it's like, well, this sucked, but the next game will surely be better. So, I guess I'll buy it anyway. Then it just inevitably turns into a losing streak of, well, they can't keep making bad games. Sooner or later, the game's gonna be good. They're not quite at that point yet. I'm not gonna dive too heavily in on that take, but... Just what a timeline to be alive in. In 1 month, we got one of the worst Pokemon games ever made and one of the best Sonic games ever made. Did they switch developers and not tell us? Do you think they knew that was going to happen when they delayed Sonic Frontiers by a year? What if the game actually was already in pretty good shape and they were just like, yo, check this out. We're going to delay our game and release it the same time as the next Pokemon game because that game's going to be so bad and it's going to be really funny. Like, there's no way they had that foresight, but, you know. In a timeline where Yuji Naka got arrested twice for insider trading, it's kind of like, you start to question these things. I saw a meme that was like, Yuji Naka has cleared actual prison zone Act 2 or something like that, and I was like, oh my god. That's really funny. It's not funny, but it's also, like, really funny because it's like, you can't make shit like that up. Insider trading over, what was it? It was that Final Fantasy VII Battle Royale and some Dragon Quest game, I forget. So silly. And then they didn't just get him on two counts of insider trading. They arrested him for one, released him, and then arrested him for the other one. Like, you can't... What? Oh. Like, I don't even know, dude. What a world. Nah, fuck. I needed that. That was important to me. Nah, I couldn't get rid of the super horn quickly enough. Yo! Yo, fuck you, Dry Bowser. Go die again. Hey, Alexander. I wish the AI, like... I know we talked about this last time we played this, but that was a couple of weeks ago. I wish the AI, like, it picked somebody to be like, this is going to be your rival for this set of races, like it does in Grand Prix. The AI is still not a threat because they don't stay consistently aggressive. Like, right now, Dry Bowser's aggressive, but in, like, 4 races, he's gonna, like, move on with his life, and then he's gonna drop down the rankings. You can still just kind of play, like, just average skill level and beat them over a longer period of time. Maybe that's a good reason to stick with, like, only 4 or 8 races or something. Maybe they won't pivot as quickly. Oh yeah, you're still, like, really early in the game, too, aren't you, guy? It's unfortunate, and I know I've talked to Riley about this. I think I brought it up to Volpe once. I tried very hard when I was watching Twain play to, like, not let this be a thing. I don't want my negativity of the game to actually, like, hurt anyone's experience. If you're having a good time with the game, like, more power to you. As long as you're not fooling yourself into thinking this game is so good, then I'm probably going to be a little vocal, but I'm not going to tell you you're not allowed to have fun with it. And I am worried that the negativity got to a point where... Especially Riley, because he hasn't finished the game yet. He's been sitting at, like, 17 out of 18 badges for, like, a month. So I'm regularly like, I hope that's not because I was so negative that you were like, you know what? You're right. This game is ass. Fuck this game. Like, I don't want to do that to anybody. That's not my intention. I had to keep telling myself when I was watching Twain play it that, like, alright, I'm here to watch Twain enjoy a video game. I'm not here to just rant about how bad the game is. Let him do that. If he points something out, then, you know, you comment on it, but don't turn it into a situation of... Don't be that viewer that, like, every 5 minutes is like, okay, now that you finished this battle, here's how I feel about it. And I'm definitely going to drop a 3-paragraph post 5 seconds after the battle because I'm going to write it in advance because I think my opinion is that important. Yeah, let Twain decide the game is ass on his own. He's a smart boy. He'll figure it out. I'm going to assume that you're not going to do any of the post-game stuff. My boomerang! That was important to me. Oh god. You hate to see it. If anything, I felt like I had to comment on, like, negativity every now and then just because you had a bunch of viewers that were like, this game is so good. I love this game. And I was like, shut up. Stop. This part of the game is so good. Like, there were so many people that were hyping up the crater, and I wanted to say, you guys are all fucking insane. The crater sucks ass. Like, what is wrong with you? I liked the lower part, the cave. That part was okay. Aside from the fact that people said that you can just jump off and your Rotom phone will save you, and so you could just skip the whole area. Yay, speedrunning. But, that part was okay. But I forgot to mention that earlier. The whole game's OST is very good. Like, I think they okay, not the whole thing, because, like, the gym battle music is ass, but a lot of the soundtrack is very good. I think they spent a lot of their budget on that. We can just do another 16 races, right? Yeah, let's boogie. What's the worst that can happen? Yo, guys using tilt controls? Yeah, exactly. It feels like it should have come out first, and then Legends should have come out after that. Legends is just so much better. And Legends, like, has problems, too. It can be improved. But a lot of the concepts they have in that, Scarlet and Violet just completely ignore. And it's just... it's hard to swallow. Oh, you are gonna do post-game? You've found a way to make it interesting? I can't decide if I'm excited for that or not. I mean, chances are, since I'm not sick anymore, I'm probably not going to be able to catch most of them anyway, but... that was, like, another silver lining with being sick, because I was actually able to watch a couple of Twain streams, a couple of View streams. I was too sick to probably remember anything I watched, but it was still nice. Excited for Fire Emblem? I'm in that state of, like, I'm not excited yet, because it's still a little bit away. I mean, it's only 2 weeks away, that's getting pretty close, but... do I think I'm gonna play it and like it? Yes. But I'm not like, oh man, I'm so excited. I did see a review this morning that said it's, like, pretty good. So that helps. Why'd that red shell ignore me? What the fuck? And unfortunately, I think it's a bit of... I don't know if I'm looking forward to streaming it. But I also don't think it's going to be as much of a fucking slog as Three Houses was. And I enjoyed Three Houses, but it was inevitably, or undeniably, had that Persona 5 thing to it, where there was a lot of time spent just running around and talking to people, which I don't think streams very well. Unless it's Persona 5 for whatever fucking reason, and then people eat it up. But I don't think it's going to be as involved as that. It will hopefully be a little bit more streamlined, which I think will be nice. I think when I get back from vacation, that week, I'll probably be pretty excited about it. Ah, fuck. That's the worst time for that to come along. At the moment, I just want to play more Frontiers. That game is so good and fun. It's such like a cozy, happy place right now. I think that's why I haven't replayed Three Houses. Because the first time through, it was fine, but I think trying to do it again, I'm going to be like, this is such a drag. I think that's, like, that didn't really help Three Hopes either. Because that game kind of picked a lot of those elements out of Three Houses and said, let's just do that. And it was kind of like, Just felt tedious. Which is sad, because the actual gameplay of Three Hopes is probably the best that the Warriors series has been as far as the Nintendo ones go. Like, the gameplay itself is really fucking good. It's just, there's all this bloat in between it that's just, like, tedious and annoying. Maybe I should try to do a playthrough where I just ignore all of that stuff or something. Like all the training and stuff. Just skip it. I think the only thing you'd want to do, I don't remember what it was called, but there's the facility that, like, the one that you can kind of, like, it's still kind of training. It's where they get, like, the extra, like, warrior gauge meters and stuff like that. That you'd still want to do, obviously. On this way. Not that it particularly matters. I just always take the upper route. Uh-oh. Gotta be careful with stuff like that, guy. You know I have to fight my muscle memory to not call it Sanok Frontiers now? Calling it Frontiers almost feels weird. And we didn't even, like, hammer that one too far into the ground yet. But just enough where every time I go to say it, my mouth tries to say Frontiers. And I have to stop myself. Where the fuck did you come from? Ah, fuck. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know where Volpe is. I was thinking that, like, half an hour ago or so. I don't think so. Unless he got it for Christmas, but I kind of doubt it. I really haven't been, like, prying to ask anyone, hey, what did everybody get for Christmas? Maybe I should be. Well, I know Riley got a coffee maker. Bought God of War backseat rock. That's the only thing I've heard about that game so far. Is that it, like, whenever it gives you a puzzle to figure out, it immediately starts barking at you and telling you what to do to solve the puzzle. Which is a shame. Well, not counting stuff you got for yourself, I guess, because, like, I got myself the Xbox and stuff, but I necessarily wouldn't necessarily count that. Heard the action's good, though, I guess. It's not really a puzzle game, so it's forgivable. No, it isn't. If it's not really a puzzle game, then why do they have puzzles in it? There's... You could just not have the puzzles and then not have the backseating. Then it's forgivable. Because nobody's gonna be saying, gee, I wish this game had more puzzles. What? Sigh. No, she didn't have anything to defend against that one anyway, so I guess it's fine. Ah, you meant to throw that backwards? I made a mistake. But the red shell didn't come to me anyway, so I guess it's fine. Oh, fuck my nose. It's so fucking itchy tonight, what the hell? I don't know if Twain is still here. The one content creator I watch a lot of loves to rip on Genshin Impact for some reason. And I'm thinking it might be just because he has a bunch of viewers that keep begging him to play it, and it's like not his style of game at all, but... I can't remember... He had one, like, yesterday's uploads that was like a really good rip, and I don't remember what it was. I think it was just that someone asked him what he has against Genshin Impact, and his answer was, "I don't have access to my mom's credit card to put into it." And I was like, that's so toxic, it's so funny. It's so sad that the game has, like, or at least the community kind of has, the game has a bad rap because the community has a bad rap, which is unfortunate, because I do think it's a well-made game. Well, yeah, but I'm not trying to say it's a puzzle game. I think it's just insulting to the player to... Why even bother having a puzzle if they're just going to immediately tell you what to do to fix it? Well, I'm pretty sure I misspoke, because calling it a puzzle game is complete insanity. I'm guessing I either misspoke or you misheard. I mean, come on, I've played a God of War before. Yes, we have Subway here, Rally. I have never eaten at a Subway. If it wasn't completely obvious. I don't know if it's more accurate to say that I am a picky eater or that I used to be a picky eater. I'm getting a lot better. But, like, even just a couple of years ago, what Subway has to offer, like, would not have appealed to me at all. I feel like it would stand a better chance now. Now that my tastes have broadened to the point where I'll even eat a salad and not gripe about it, so... Ah, fuck. I panicked. Oh, fine, I didn't want it anyway. Take it. Oh my god. Now, the motherfucker that took my fire flower is just blasting me with it. The game still has the capacity to just be like, we're gonna fuck you really hard right now. On this particular race, we're just gonna give it to you really hard. We're not gonna warn you. The warning is gonna be when we yank your pants down. It's like, oh, okay. Thanks. Oh. Well, fuck you, Larry. This is what happens, Larry. You had leftover Subway at your dad's house. It was so good. See, I watch... It's this one content creator that I've mentioned like 5 times already tonight. He hates Subway. And I'm starting... the other night I realized that this is a problem I have where I've been watching so much of him lately, like daily, that if he doesn't like something, I just naturally assume it's bad. So I don't really have, like, an opinion on Subway other than he hates it, so it must be terrible. And that's not necessarily true. I still don't like tomatoes very much. I can tolerate them if they're, like, diced up in something, but... Because honestly, they're, like, kind of neutral, and if they're in there with a bunch of other stuff, you kind of don't even notice they're in there. I'm noticing that a lot of my pickiness comes down to, like, balance. There's a lot of things that I, like, am not a big fan of, but if it's mixed in with, like, 8 other ingredients, then it doesn't really bother me. I don't think I even knew you could go this way. And I think tomatoes are that, where it's like... But even then, it depends. Like, a tomato on a burger sounds fucking disgusting. Hard pass. Oh, you can't jump up those? Okay. Or brick up those. Oh, you hate to see it. I don't know where I'm going right now. Okay, that worked out in my favor. I shouldn't have launched the red shell, but I'll take it. I kind of wish they put up actual barricades like we're on that, like that we're on that road, instead of just these things that you can drive through. I don't know. Those things aren't as immediately obvious as you'd think they would be. You'd think that they'd be doing a good job of like, well, I'm not supposed to go that way, but I guess since they're not a physical object, I don't know. It's hard to explain. Not that it's not hard to explain, it just sounds insane when I say it. It's a digital world. Why would it not being a physical object fucking matter? I don't know. But it does. For some reason, those don't do a good job at, like, making me aware of, hey, here's the turn you're supposed to take. I think that's something I don't like about this track type. Not only have they done it, like, 6 times now, but... I was pretty sure, but I wasn't completely sure. Because I'm still, like, kind of out of it. There's fully possible that I could have just said something wrong. Sometimes I'll catch myself and correct it, and other times I'll be like, yeah, it doesn't matter. I think I said something earlier about 356 days in a year. That's not right. But I was also like, who cares? There's other things to talk about. 365, isn't there? Or is it 368 and a half? I don't know. By sleep. Drop distance. Recoded mind. Yuffie edition. Anyway. I don't really want you, so we're just gonna... This is what happens, Larry. This is what happens when you find a stranger in the Alps, Larry. Is the line, this is what happens when you feed a stoner scrambled eggs, or when you feed a rodent scrambled eggs? I don't know why it matters, because neither is the original line in the uncensored movie. I think that's one of those movies that's actually funnier if you watch it censored. Is that still on Netflix? We should watch that tomorrow. What the hell? Hello? It is not on Netflix. You hate to see it. That would have been a fun one. Because I have to assume that Riley's never seen it. The Big Lebowski. I might have it somewhere. I have an old hard drive that has a bunch of movies on them. On it. It might be on there. Oh, you've never seen it either? Like I was just saying, the funny thing is that the way they censor that movie on cable TV almost makes it funnier. Because I think the line in the original movie is just, "This is what happens when you fuck a stranger in the ass." And they, instead of just censoring it and making it that, like, no words come out on cable, they changed it to, "This is what happens when you find a stranger in the Alps." Which is like, what? John Goodman, what does that mean? Like, you can't just say that with no context. It was a nice shortcut. It would be a shame if something bad happened to it. Oh, fuck, he horned it. Didn't look like it. I kind of miss those days, because, like, in high school, I would watch just, like, a lot of random movies on, like, TBS and shit. And now I just, like, I don't accidentally see movies anymore. You know what I mean? That's one thing I miss about having cable, I guess. Is I would just, like, have it on, and then a movie would just start playing, and I'd be like, I guess I'm watching this now. Now I have to, like, deliberately be like, I'm going to watch this movie. Nah, he's too far ahead. I think that's why certain movies like that and Zoolander, like, really stuck with me, because they were just on all the fucking time. And they were just funny and stupid. I don't remember anything about Half-Baked. I'm pretty sure I saw it, like, once or twice on Comedy Central, yeah, but that was so long ago, and it didn't, like, resonate with me at all, so I didn't, like, latch onto it, memory-wise. I think it's a lot of why I watched TBS a lot, because they just always showed, like, a variety of things. Now, sometimes they were, like, really stupid romantic comedies and shit, but... or something by Tyler Perry, but, you know, there's a lot of good stuff in there, too. That and the reruns of, like, 90s sitcoms at, like, 5 o'clock in the morning. It's always a good time. That's when I discovered Married with Children, and I was like, this show is fucking banger. And when I rewatched Home Improvement and realized that show is actually, like, aged very well and is still very funny. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. No, it was mostly TBS and Comedy Central, I think. And even then, Comedy Central I grew out of eventually. I think there was like... Nah, I don't think I watched much FX. I was gonna say I watched a lot of movies on there, but I don't think I did. PBS was safe for me because it was... There's a lot of stuff that I was, like, just neutral on. Either I really liked it, or it was, like, I was just neutral, and I was like, that's fine to have on in the background. Until they started sucking Tyler Perry's dick, and then I was like, okay, this station sucks now. What an unfunny comedian. I don't understand what, like, how he gets to make as many things as he does, because I don't think I've ever seen him do anything that was funny. There's also that brief period where they gave George Lopez a talk show, but then that got canceled, so I can't be the only one that thought he was not funny. Must be a black thing. Maybe? I don't know. It's never been a priority for me to meet someone who's black and say, hey, do you actually like Tyler Perry movies? Because that seems like a super racist thing to say. I think the sitcom was before the talk show, but I might be wrong. I don't know what... Well, I know what made me think of this. It was playing Rock Band the other night. I remembered a moment on South Park that I think is probably one of the funniest racist jokes I've ever heard. Because it's, like, not super insensitive, which is a lot of it, and it's actually just, like, really clever the way they played it. It was the episode where they're making a band, and he tells Token to go get the bass guitar out of his family's basement. And he's like, we don't have a bass guitar in our basement. And he's like, yes, you do. You're black. And then he goes and gets it. And he's like, hey, yeah, there was a bass guitar in our basement. Imagine that. And he's like, okay, now start, like, playing it. And he's like, I don't know how to play this. He's like, yes, you do. You're black. And he starts playing it. And he's like the best bass player in town. And it's really funny. Just the way they set that one up is really good. And it's not, like, super, like, malicious or anything of a joke, which helps. As before, they started getting, like, really obsessed with, like, having messages and stuff like that. And they were just having fun. I remember he just starts playing, like, perfectly, and he's just like, God damn it. How is he right? Oh, I don't know. They're probably on season, like, 33 or something by now. I stopped watching it a long time ago. Like I said, I kind of grew out of a lot of that stuff. There were a few too many South Park episodes that I was like, this is offensive just to be offensive, and I'm not a fan of that. If you're gonna be offensive, I require it to be, like, clever in some way. Oh, yeah, that'll happen. No big deal, we're gonna be here for... we're at 4 hours already, actually. At least another hour. Excuse me? That didn't hit you? Get the fuck out of here. How did that not hit you? It was point blank. Was the game just giving me the finger, I guess? Should try to play some more Switch sports golf tonight. You boomeranged? But I saw the green shell keep going. It's like it phased right through you. It's not that it got destroyed, it just completely missed. I call heavy shenanigans. And yeah, similar to last night, I'll probably try to call it quits around 5 hours, because I'm still, like... I feel pretty good, but I'm still, like... I get fatigued. Like, I'm kind of tired. I think I grew out of South Park and Family Guy at the same time. I hold more contempt towards Family Guy, because I think it was always kind of tasteless. Whereas I do think South Park had some very clever moments. And the sad thing is I think, like... I think Seth MacFarlane has more in him than, like, the Family Guy sense of humor, too. Like, I think he's got, like, clever comedy in him, but I think he wasn't making any money doing that, so he had to latch on to something else. But yeah, that was another one that was like, they started being offensive just to be offensive, and there was no, like, depth to the jokes. I don't know, I like a little depth to my comedy. That's why High on Life didn't do it for me, because the comedy was very one note. It was just kind of like, thing happens, and then your gun says, oh fuck, oh geez, and then that's the joke. And it's like, okay. I can only take, like, 4 hours of the gun saying, like, by the way, did you know I have a trick shot and I shoot it out of my trick hole? Isn't that funny? And I was like, It was kind of funny the first time you said it. Like, the fifth time, like, no, it's not funny anymore. I wouldn't say it tried too hard. I think it's just not... It's not my sense of humor, not my style of humor. I wanted to like it. But it just kind of got to a point where I got tired of listening to the characters talk. There were a couple things that was, like, immediately off-putting. Like, in the first 5 minutes, you meet your sister, and she's immediately snorting cocaine, and it's like, what the fuck? That's not, like, funny. Like, is that a punchline? I don't get it. What's the joke? The joke is, haha, hard drugs. And that's not a joke, man. I think it was like the second boss fight where one of the guns just went on like a 3-minute rant about the boss, and he was like, man, when you were like pretending to not be evil, I kinda liked you, but I don't like you anymore because now you're evil. That other guy, I would have hung out with that guy, but you, I do not want to hang out with you, I want to kill you. And I was like, is this supposed to be funny? Like, there's not a punchline here. Not that I think I come up with, like, the best comedic gems when I'm streaming or anything like that, but, you know. Sometimes less is more. There's a lot of repeating jokes, too. Like, even from the beginning moment, when you're playing, like, that Doom clone, and there's the NPC that's talking to you, and he's like, I'm your divorce lawyer, and then every single quote of dialogue he has starts with, by the way, it's me, your divorce lawyer. It's like, I get it. That's supposed to be funny, I guess. And I guess if you're high as fuck, it's probably pretty funny. I don't know. Don't get it twisted. Like, I didn't hate it. I wasn't like, this is unplayable, but it was also like, I did the first, like, 3 missions. That's enough. Like, I don't really feel the need to play more of this. I think I've seen all I need to see. Like, it was fine. It functioned. It was a game. I had a time. But I do think it's just a very divisive type of comedy, is what it comes down to. And I've heard that about Rick and Morty, too, is kind of what it comes down to, is that it's just either you think it's really funny or you are like, I don't get it. What's the joke? Hey, Volpe. This was High on Life we were talking about. I feel like I would appreciate that game more if I was watching somebody play it who actually did, like, appreciate it. But wasn't, like, stoned out of their fucking mind while streaming it. I think the idea of, like, this alien race of sentient guns is, like, there's promise there. It's not a bad idea. But on the other hand, the antagonist's entire plan is that they figured out that they can smoke humans like weed. Like, that's the fucking plot. Is they're, like, abducting humans to mine them as drugs. And it's like, okay. Like, alright. It's a little on the nose, I think. God, that turn is vicious. What the fuck? I hate it when an item hits someone and they don't slow down at all. Especially when it's AI. It's very, very sus Among Us venting. I need to stop tricking off of that ramp. It goes poorly every time. Go away, please. Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted. Quick steal. Yeah, I think that's the part where they're confused. I think they're like, since it's a taboo that we're not supposed to talk about, that makes it funny. And it's like, no, not really. It gave me that feeling of like, this is a game that if I was a teenager, I could have gotten in trouble for playing. As an adult, that does nothing for me. It felt like a game that I was like, am I supposed to be embarrassed that I'm playing this? Like, that I'm getting away with something that I'm not supposed to be getting away with? But as an adult, that just doesn't land. It's just this feeling of like, we said something we're not supposed to be saying. And I think that can be summed up best with the kid. In the first, like, hour, there's an alien kid that gets in your way, and he, like, won't let you pass. And if you try to, like, aim down the sights of your gun, the game is like, whoa, whoa, we can't shoot a kid. Like, it's a kid. We can't shoot a kid. And they just make this whole big deal out of, like, this is not a thing you're supposed to be allowed to do. And then inevitably, that's the only thing you can do. And then they try to be like, oh, well, you know, in our species, he was in his 30s. So, like, he's still a kid, but it's not like he was 5, because, well, that would have actually been really bad. And then they give you an achievement that's like, they won't let you do this in Fallout, and it's like, so the gag is like, this isn't okay. And, like, I don't know. It's just, it didn't land for me. I was just kind of like, okay. All that did was teach me that there were a lot of NPCs that if you get sick of listening to them talk, just shoot them in the head. Which was, like, funny the first time I did it. I was like, oh, okay, cool. But then after that, I was kind of like, alright, I get it. The joke is it's not supposed to be okay. It got me, like, rethinking my own speech patterns a little bit, if that doesn't sound insane. Because I still have a little bit of that from, like, high school, where I'm just kind of like, ooh, if I say the F word, I'm not supposed to be saying the F word. That makes it fun and edgy, right? And it's like, no, it doesn't. Language is like a hell of a habit to break, though, is kind of what it comes down to. And she's just perfectly protected, so there's nothing I can do. We're just gonna throw that anyway, because why not? Did I actually hit you? No, you were in first, weren't you? I think I did hit you, but it didn't matter. I've never seen 102 Dalmatians, so I have no idea what you're talking about, Volpe. I believe you, but I don't think I knew that that was a movie. I'm not surprised. That was the era where Disney made a lot of just random straight-to-video sequels. Including, but not limited to, the Cinderella 3 where they time travel, I think? That's a thing, isn't it? Insert oh fuck OGs. Oh, it's a live action movie? Huh? I watched Cruella, like, a couple months ago. It was alright. Could have used a little bit more oh fuck OGs. Anyway, sorry. I knew they made a live action of the first one. I didn't know they made a sequel. Does the sequel also have Glenn Close and Jeff Daniels? Or is it something stupid like Cruella's, like, secret daughter who also has a vendetta against puppies, but specifically, like, she has OCD, and she can't stand the fact that they went over 101, so she's like, I've got to get those puppies. Not all of the puppies, just one of the puppies, because it drives me crazy that it's not 101. I would not watch that movie, just to put that out there. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, jeez. To be fair, I don't think the gun actually ever says that. I just know that Morty says it a lot. I know that's, like, his thing, or whatever. She's hypnotized to be good in the second movie? That sounds worse than what I came up with. What? Hypnotism. Really? That's not the twist I would have gone with. boom, 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 ba 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 boom, ba boom, ba 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 boom. I feel like I need to watch the original 101. I thought I had mushrooms. Bad peripheral vision, bad. I need to watch the original movie again, because, like, how did she pivot? Because, like, no, okay, so Cruella was based off of the original movie, but in Cruella, she's not... She's not this animal-skinning psychopath. You know what I mean? How did that change? What made her click? Or snap, rather. It makes it feel like if Cruella was made first and then 101 Dalmatians was made, it would come off as like, you did this just to make her a villain. Because it's not in her character based on Cruella. That's one thing I didn't like about Cruella. It didn't set her up as a villain. It tried to make her too likable. To the point where she's wearing, like, a Dalmatian fur coat at some point, but it's fake. Because that's the thing, because she's like, well, I wouldn't hurt an innocent animal. Even though the Dalmatians in that movie are, like, little fuckers. Like, they're just mean son of a bitch dogs. So it's like, they tried to make her softer, because I guess they realized they had to make her more likable if she was the main character. But then the problem is how does she transition into being an unlikable psychopath in the original movie? Something about puppies just sets her the fuck off, and she's like, oh no. No, 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 no. I don't know. I don't get it. There's a disconnect there. And it's probably not the most well-thought-out franchise, so I probably shouldn't be thinking about it that much. That's what the movie's based off of? See, like, spoilers for anyone who wants to watch Cruella, I guess. I'll give you a couple seconds to mute, although I doubt this is probably applying to, like, one person. But, like, her, like, the villain of the movie has Dalmatians, and for some reason they kidnap the Dalmatians, but I don't remember why. I think it's just to fuck with the lady and just be like, haha. Oh no, didn't they, like, they swallow a key or something that I don't remember. But anyway, by the end of the movie, like, she's still in ownership of these dogs, so she just kind of has them now. And it turns out that they have puppies, and then they have 2 puppies, and she takes them and gives them to the main characters of 101 Dalmatian. I don't remember what their names are. Anita, because Anita Darling, and I don't remember what the dude's name is, but she goes and gives them the puppies, and then you're like, oh, that's how they get the puppies, and then they're gonna meet in 101 Dalmatians. We're setting up for the movie, I get it. But why did she give them the puppies? Because the whole thing with the original movie is that she's, like, possessive over it, right? She's like, oh, they had puppies? Those belong to me, you know, because I gave you the dogs? But then why'd you give them the puppies in the first place? Again, I'm probably putting more thought into this franchise than, like, the actual writers did, if I'm being honest. Well, not the original writers, but I'm sure the original writers didn't plan around a prequel and everything. And then apparently she gets hypnotized in the sequel? What? Alright, anyway. quote Ace Ventura. Like a glove! That's like the only one of his quotes that I think is really funny. I never cared much for those movies. I was more of a Mask guy. I think I remember reading that he didn't want to make Ace Ventura 2, though. Like, they just kind of had him in a contract. It's kind of nice to hear, like, you hear about stuff like that with, like, movies and music where they're just kind of, like, stuck in contracts from, like, 30 years ago. You don't really hear about it happening as much anymore. I'm guessing they just got, like, smarter about the way they did contracts, and they don't settle for, like, oh, I'm gonna be in this for the rest of my life kind of stuff anymore. Sounds like the industry's just got smarter in that regard. Ah, fuck. Oh, jeez. And people have brought up, like, he's retired now, so is he gonna play Eggman again in Sonic 3? And, like, I think he will, because it sounds like he enjoyed playing the part. I think when it comes to acting especially, I think a lot of actors retire, which is basically their way of saying, I'm not gonna take a part unless I really want to take it. Like, you're gonna have to work extra hard to convince me to take this part. And I think that's why you hear, especially with, like, the Marvel movies, you hear a lot of the actors saying, like, this is probably gonna be the last one. I don't know if I'm gonna come back for another one. And I think really all that means is they just gotta, like, they gotta present a project that makes me say, oh yeah, this is good. This sounds like fun. I'm not gonna do it just to do it. Because I think actors are very wary of stuff like that, of people making sequels just to make sequels. I don't think they used to be, but I think they're better. Or they were just more interested in taking paychecks just to take paychecks. Once upon a time. Fuck. When I was on my Weird Al kick, I was reading about some stuff like that. I don't remember which album it was, because the early albums kind of blend together for me, but he did a... Is it Cyndi Lauper that wrote the original song, Girls Just Wanna Have Fun? He did a parody of that, Girls Just Wanna Have Lunch. And, like, in the song, he sounds really angry. And I never really thought much of it, but, like, apparently he didn't want to make that song. Apparently they forced him to. Like, they said, you have to, like, Cyndi Lauper's huge right now, you have to do this. And that's why it's a very, like, shallow, one-note parody. Because he was just doing it just to do it. That's also why his last album was called Mandatory Fun, because it was the last album in his contract. So he had to do it. And then I think after that he was like, why not make another album? Because now I don't have to. Yeah, this will probably be the last set we do. This will probably take us to about a little over 5 hours, probably. And then I'm gonna get something to eat, and then I'm probably gonna go back to playing Rock Band. Because I want to. I'm very musically inclined right now. Would anyone be interested in watching that if I streamed it on Discord? I'd have to set up a not members only screen sharing area, but I can do that. No, if I played Rock Band. Use it as a test drive for if I want to dare to try and stream it in some way. Trombone Hero? Yes, I've seen footage of it. It is very silly, and I love it. I think the guy I watched, like, he played it, but I think he only played it once, which is sad, because it was very entertaining to watch. If I were to do it, I'm probably gonna get something to eat first, though, so I probably wouldn't set it up until maybe like 2:30, 3 o'clock. It'll be pretty late. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier on, Volpe. Like, when I was sick, I was listening to a lot of music. I was just kind of zoning out and just jamming. And inevitably, that got me to a point where I was like, God damn, I kind of want to play Rock Band again. I got rid of all my instruments, though, like when I moved a couple times ago, because I got sick of carrying them around. And the guitars, like, weren't in great shape. Like, they were getting pretty old and beat up. But they made one on PSP that you just play with, like, a traditional controller. So I just popped that into the emulator, because PSP emulation's pretty good. And started playing that a couple nights ago. And I'm kind of tempted to invest in getting a new guitar. I'm pretty sure I have Guitar Hero 3, Rock Band 2, and Rock Band 3. Oh, maybe I only have Rock Band 3. That's unfortunate. I only see Rock Band 3 back there. Maybe I got rid of the other ones. The problem is I don't think I could stream that for 6 hours. I'm pretty sure the licensed music shit is gonna, like, shut down the stream after probably, like, 2 hours, if I had to guess. If that. Which put me on the whole discussion of, like, if they were to try and, like, start making those games again, I think they'd have to negotiate both with the music industry and YouTube and Twitch to, like, make it that they're actually streamable. Because I think that would be a large part of them getting played. And they need to have pretty good online play, I think. I'm maybe a little less interested in investing in a guitar now if I only have one of the games. I thought I had 3 of them. Okay, thanks, Green Shells. I didn't get any of those item blocks. Excuse me? No, that was not a good race. Yeah, I think it was before you got here too, Guy. I got Guitar Hero 3 was the first one I got. And it was an interesting, like, social... I was gonna say social experiment, but that's not the right word for it. Experience? Social experience? Because people just like to gather around and listen to the music, right? So naturally, I pivoted to Rock Band 2 after that. I think Rock Band 2 was the first one that came out on the Wii. And that was the only consoles I had at the time. I might be wrong on that, though. So I got 2, and then, like, everybody started playing. And then we pivoted to 3 when that came out. I think 4 came out after we were kind of done with it at that point, I think. There was a 4, but I think it came out, like, years later. And no one was playing it at that point anymore. No, I don't know how to play anything for real. I briefly took drum lessons when I was in, like, grade school, but I wouldn't even, like, not only was that a long time ago, but it was also, we never progressed to having, like, a full drum set or anything like that. It was just, like, one drum, so I don't think that even counts as learning to play it, if I'm being honest. That was more like learning how to keep rhythm, I guess. I can whistle. Does that count? I heard of Rocksmith. I think I wanted to get it, but it was like, at the time it came out, I had a very limited income, and it was like a pretty expensive buy, so I never picked it up. I was interested in a lot of that stuff. I think Rock Band 3 added keyboard, and I was like, yo, I want to get one of those. That would be cool. And I just never did, because it's just, the shit was expensive. Ooh, I didn't mean to do that, but it worked. I never even really learned how to play the drums in Rock Band. I was always really bad at it. I had trouble with the foot pedal. Like, I'm not that coordinated, I guess. I stuck to guitar and vocals. talk to Twain about how licensed music works on Twitch, because I'm not completely sure. Maybe it would be better to stream something like that over there. Yeah, keeping rhythm's important, but I wouldn't say they taught me anything about actually learning how to play drums, is the thing. How do you play guitar? You mean in Rock Band? It'd be a good excuse to use the phone camera app thing, because for a stream like that, so that I could have a camera on the guitar. Yeah, they were called revivals, but they were only like 3 years later, or something like that. Yeah, they were way too soon. And Guitar Hero in particular, like, no one was asking for. I felt like the Rock Band games were just doing significantly better than Guitar Hero was. Maybe I'm wrong. I only played Guitar Hero 3. I never played any of the other ones, so... But Guitar Hero was Activision, wasn't it? So they definitely started trying to make it like there's gonna be a new game every year, which was just kind of pushing it. I have to assume that Rock Band, the upkeep costs had to have just been... They had to have been making, like, a lot of money to make up for the amount of money they probably had to spend on getting the licensing. And like I said, like, with the advent of streaming, those games weren't going to get an audience on streaming platforms because of the licensing issues. That's why I say if they were to try and make a revival these days, they're going to need to get that figured out. Because I think games like Rock Band would be great stream games. But there's just obvious licensing issues that are going to cause it to not be so great. Like, no one in their right mind is going to try to make a living off of streaming games like that because of the licensing issues. I was surprised because I looked up the list of Guitar Hero games, like, the other night. I was surprised at how many there were. There was, like, how many Guitar Hero games do you guys think there were? Like, just complete shot in the dark. Okay, not that many, but... There was, like, the main numbered ones went up to Guitar Hero 5. And then there was Guitar Hero Live as well. There was Guitar Hero Aerosmith, there was Guitar Hero Metallica. I think there was a Guitar Hero Van Halen. There was one on the DS, if you want to count that. I think there was another one that was just called, like, Legends of Rock or something. I think Beatles was actually Rock Band, but I might be wrong on that. I think that was Beatles Rock Band. Guitar Hero 2, 3, Legends of Rock, World Tour, There was not a Guitar Hero 4. I guess World Tour was Guitar Hero 4. There's 5 Warriors of Rock live. Encore Rock the 80s. Guitar Hero Arcade. Guitar Hero Smash Hits. Band Hero. Guitar Hero Aerosmith, Metallica, and Van Halen. That's 14 games. And apparently, there was, like, 4 DS games. I didn't even know there were that many of those. God, fucking Activision, man. They just gotta milk everything that they go in on. It's kind of funny that, like... I guess it's impressive that Call of Duty has lasted as long as it has. Because Activision runs everything else, like, into the ground. They do yearly installments until suddenly they're like, oh, I guess we're just never gonna make one ever again because people are sick of it. There's 4 on DS, but that's counting Band Hero. Which I guess was their attempt at, like, a revival, sort of? No, because Live was 2015. Band Hero is 2009. So I guess they waited 6 years before trying a revival? That's not that crazy, all things considered. The inevitable problem with a revival, and that goes for now, if they were to try to do it now, it's a big buy-in. Because, like, they're probably going to jump straight to, you have all these instruments. And I think a lot of people are going to be like, we don't want to spend that much money. I don't remember how much the full Rock Band kit was, but like with the guitar and the drums and everything, it had to be like $200 if I had to guess. It's a lot of red shells, and I don't think it's gonna matter. No, it didn't matter. Then they had a bunch of mobile games, too, which I guess I'm not surprised by. Again, that's very Activision. That's not counting DJ Hero, by the way. That was also a thing. Rock Band 2, Rock Band 3, Rock Band 4. 3 was in 2010 and 4 was in 2015. So that was like a pretty big gap. Yeah, Beatles was Rock Band. They made a Green Day Rock Band? That seems kind of random. Apparently there was going to be a Pearl Jam one, but it got canceled. Apparently they were going to do a U2 one and a Queen one, and those both got canceled. Apparently The Who was another one that they were working on, but it never happened. Why'd they start making them with just the one band? They were just trying to capitalize on what would sell. That's really all it came down to. That's why I think Green Day's a little random. Nothing against Green Day, but they're not the fucking Beatles or Metallica. Like, that's just kind of random. Or fucking Van Halen, like... I think they'd inevitably have to make a new game as a live service kind of game, too. Where they're adding new music, like... Instead of making a new game every now and then, it has to just be the one game, and they just add new music, like, every month. Which is kind of what Rock Band 2 and 3 already were. I think the only reason 3 was made is because that's when they wanted to add the keyboard. They should probably also start with, like, just guitar and vocals or something, and then add drums later. I got lucky as hell there. Not even gonna sugarcoat it. Got lucky as hell. Oh, and then they made Lego Rock Band games, too. I don't know how many of those they made. Was it just one? Might have just been one. Activision doesn't develop it, but they're the producers. Producers? That's not the word I'm looking for. They're the ones calling the shots. Like, they own the franchise. They're the ones demanding it's a once-a-year thing. Let me put it that way. I think what I would probably do... Not that I know a whole lot about, like, marketing and shit, just to disclaim that. I'd probably start with something like the PSP title. Like, if they were gonna do a revival, I'd make something that you can just play with, like, normal fucking controllers first. And see if people even, like, buy into it and are like, oh, this is cool. Before you go to all the trouble of the peripheral. Because the peripheral are gonna be expensive as hell to make. That's gonna be a large cost that may or may not work. I would also probably once we gotta start soon. My throat's starting to get pretty tired. Once they get to peripheral, I think they should try to make peripheral that work with all of the consoles instead of making them like here's the Switch guitar, here's the Xbox guitar, here's the PlayStation guitar. I think they should just make one that works for all of them. I don't think... I might be wrong on this. I don't think there's ever been a Led Zeppelin song in any of the Guitar Hero or Rock Band games. I think they just were not interested. I might be wrong on that. Maybe they caved eventually. Oh, Just Dance is a live service now. Yeah, see, I think that's, like, the way to do it. I also think the set lists should be, like, completely customizable. And what I mean by that is if there's a song on there that you can't stand, like, I don't know, ABC by Jackson 5, you should be able to just delete that. And just be like, I don't want to play this song anymore. Replace this with, like, I don't know, Kryptonite by Three Doors Down. And everybody wins. I think they should, instead of selling the music tracks themselves, this was an idea I had back in Rock Band 3, and I thought it was a pretty good idea. Instead of selling the music tracks themselves, sell expansions. Like storage expansions. So basically, you'd buy the game and you'd be able to hold 64 songs. There'd be like 96 songs available, but you could pick 64 of them to load up. And then have it every month that they add new songs, but you can still only carry 64 at once. But then you could buy expansions and say, okay, give me another 64 slots for music. That way you could have a completely, like, customized music set list. Because something that sucked about, like, Rock Band 3, I don't really remember what the set list was, but it was kind of like you had the music that came with the game, and then there was all the DLC. So you could add more music that you like, but you couldn't get rid of music that you were like, I can't stand this song. And that happens every now and then. There's been a couple of songs where, like, I've disliked it so much that I have a hard time playing it because I find the music to be so grating that it's distracting. Doesn't happen that often, but it has happened. Maybe you could have like an early access thing that you could sell too. So maybe when the music comes out for the first week, like, you can only get it if you have, like, Rock Band Plus or whatever, but then after that, everybody can get it. Like, I just think there's a better way of selling them than just individual tracks. Because sometimes you just get sick of tracks, right? And you're like, I don't want to play this one anymore. Why can't you just trade it in and be like, and go get a new one? Also trying to avoid the concept of just make it free to play. I don't know if that would necessarily be the way to do it. I think with the music industry, like, music has to be expensive to license, so I think making it free to play would be a bad idea. Where'd Riley go? We only have a few more races. Anyway, after I get something to eat, maybe I'll try to set up a channel on the Discord and stream the PSP one a little bit. That's right. Love to see it. Man, I hadn't really thought about... Well, no, this is only my second soda. I drank way less soda while I was off, because I wasn't talking. So I wasn't thirsty as much. I kind of noticed it, but then yesterday I really noticed it, where I was like, damn, I drank this much already? Holy shit. Oh, we're halfway through it? Okay, so you got 8 races, Riley. Let's see if you can make a comeback. Kind of wondering. This decision might be made for me. If I were to invest in a new guitar controller, I think the later Guitar Hero ones had like a fret bar kind of thing on it. I don't know if I should go for a more advanced one, but I think the first like 4 on Amazon's page were all like Guitar Hero 3s. So those might just be easier to come by. Bum, bum, ba, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Shit. I'm also gonna have to de-rust though, because I'm only like playing on medium right now, which is embarrassing. What the fuck? That's gotta be Riley. No AI is spitting fireballs like that. What a comeback. It begins. If you win every race, you'll probably beat us. Maybe. Nah, maybe not, because that would also require us to place in, like, 8th or lower every now and then. If it was as simple as him just beating us every race, I would fully believe in him. But we have to also perform very poorly. And that seems unlikely. Nah, fuck. Nah, fuck. I kind of wish those things, like... I wish the radius was smaller. Not of the explosion, but, like, their detection range. And they're dropped. Excuse me. When they're dropped that close, it's very difficult to, like, get out of their radius in time. I feel like it should just be slightly smaller. Maybe get larger the longer they're active or something. I also wish those things stopped shells, but that would maybe be too good. Oh my god. I really do hate bombs. I feel like they persist too long. They're so so what it is, honestly, is they're so destructive, yet whenever I use one, it feels like it doesn't hit anything. But then I see other people use it, and they easily wipe out, like, 4 goddamn racers with one bomb. And it's like, what the hell? I drop one, and he just walks in a circle for 2 seconds, and then explodes in a corner where it's not going to hit anyone. Also, the fact that I never get them to begin with is a continuously pressing issue. Fine. Thanks, Bananas. Like, not only did you not hit him, but you couldn't take out his green shell either. What's the point of even having them revolve around you? Like, I miss when they trailed behind you. Nah, fuck. Wow, 2 green shells. That's, like, the worst fucking item pickup I could have gotten at this particular point of the race. Well, that was a shitty drift. You hate to see it. I don't really know what to do to come back from something like that, when I just, like, get my drifting line incorrect. Like, I don't really know how to fix it. I'm definitely crashing. This will definitely be the last of the races. Man, I don't think Theo ever came back. This router must have not appreciated the reboot. Or he just fell asleep while he was waiting for it to reboot. Or it didn't make it any better and he's just been quietly lurking, which I guess is also possible. Really? It's cool how your bananas actually protected you. How do I make them do that? Well, that was shitty. Come on, I'm trying to autopilot here. Could you not? That was a mistake. Oh, come on. Not that I had a great chance at a comeback here, but like you could have at least just let me have 9th. That was just another one of those races that they were just like, you're taking it up the ass this race. We apologize for not informing you ahead of time. We're sure it would have been nice to prepare. But we thought you'd enjoy the surprise. I didn't! Just to clarify that, I did not. Yeah, I would much prefer that there's just a red border around, like, one player on the loading screen that says, you're getting fucked this race. Because, again, that sets your expectations low. And then you might be like, hey, I actually got, like, 4th. That's not bad, considering I was destined to get fucked. Green shell hit someone, please? I got a bomb. It's gonna hit nobody. It hit nobody. You love to see it. There was 10 people behind me and it hit nobody. Excellent. Alright, Riley, your turn. Get a bomb, drop it, you'll hit like 5 people. I almost guarantee. Well, that was a questionable hitbox if I've ever seen one. Link, could you fuck off? God, you're gonna have all summer where people aren't gonna be able to shut the fuck up about your stupid fucking game. Could you just leave me alone for, like, a second? Just give me January. Still got fourth. What a bastard. Do you think we'll actually get Advance Wars out this year? At this point, I hope it's not until, like, summer, because I don't want it to be right next to Fire Emblem. Or I'm gonna be, like, strategied the fuck out. Thanks, Felipe. Yeah, they haven't made, like, any comment on it, right? It's another one, like, with Metroid Prime 4. It's like, if they could just come out and say, like, it's fine, we're still going to release it, I'd be thrilled. I don't need to see, like, I don't need a date, I don't need a crazy 15-minute long trailer in which Samus takes her clothes off or something. I don't need anything, I just need you to say, it's fine. Like, it'll be okay, trust us. Just a reminder. Oh my god. Son of a bitch. No, stop. No, stop. Let me have this one. Jesus Christ, who are you? Stop. That was like 4 red shells. Who do I have to ban? Like, what the hell was that? Yeah, I'd take, like, late summer, or late spring, early summer. When's stupid, like, Overrated of the Wild coming out? I'm like, there's, like, a pretty solid chance I'm not buying that game, but... I don't know, they might show us another trailer that actually shows us actual gameplay, and I'll change my mind. It's a May. That's coming out in fucking May, and we don't know anything about that game. That is like... That is silly. That almost makes me concerned that they're gonna delay it, because we just don't know fucking anything about that game. That's why I still, like, refuse to call it by its name, and I just call it Breath of the Wild 2. Because we just don't fucking know anything about it. Well, stop cheating, you glancer. Don't make me add an intentional delay to the stream, because I can do it. What the fuck? Bounced off of the bat? I didn't even know it could do that. Yo, I hit 2 people with that bomb. Let's go. I got another bomb. I hit 1 person. Let's go. Cool. Coins are useful. Boom, 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 boom. You're a glancer, Volpe? Ugh. Man, you would have never made it back in the 90s. You would have not been invited to the GoldenEye sleepovers. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. It's like looking at your opponent's hand when you're playing poker, more or less. And I think there's a lot less strategy going on here, or at least it's so much more fast-paced that you kind of can't strategize as much with that same amount of information. But all fun and games until the Golden Gun is added. I would argue it's all fun and games until Golden Eye gets added. Like, as soon as that gets put in the console, it's... Anyway, sorry. No. Is that not out yet? I thought it was. Assumed it was. Since we haven't heard any N64 updates in, like, a fucking eternity. Oh my god, how did I not get hit by that? Excuse me? I'd rather clean all the bathrooms at Grand Central Station with my tongue than spend 1 more minute with GoldenEye. I don't remember how what the other one is. Something about diving into a swimming pool filled with double-edged razor blades. If you've never heard it before, I highly recommend, like, after this stream, go listen to Weird Al's One More Minute. It is an excellent song. Huh, that actually hit you. Can that piranha plant actually hit you? It doesn't look like it. Aw, fuck. Okay, I think he had one too, so that could have gone very poorly. Oh my god, those green shells. Mario Party 1 and 2 were the last ones they added? Jesus. There was a Genesis update in December, though, wasn't there? So it hasn't been completely barren? I'm not gonna lie, I got a bit of a second wind and I was ready for like 4 more races. In fact, I say we do like 4 more races. We can do 4, right? Yeah, just a smidge more. Yeah, I think we had 2 horn-offs there. Should round us out to 5:30 then, too. I wonder if there's any rhythm games on Game Pass. Something I've realized, though, and this is like a me problem for sure, and I feel like a lot of people probably have this problem, I don't particularly care for rhythm games when it's music I've never heard of. I think that was what resonated with Guitar Hero and Rock Band, is like, sure, like, there was a lot of music there I'd never heard of that I was just being introduced to, but I have a rhythm game on Steam called Muse Dash, and I'm pretty sure if I tried to stream that, like, no one would know any of the music. And I don't know, I think that makes it, like, less interesting. It was still fun, but it's like, it's less of a conversation starter at that point. Oh yeah, like, I played like 2 Rhythm Heavens, I think, and they were pretty fun. I think that was, like, different because the music wasn't really the main attraction. It was like a whole presentation, you know what I mean? There was like a whole little story being told there. Man, they haven't made one of those. I'm surprised there's not a Rhythm Heaven on Switch. even just like a remake of like, I don't know, one of the previous ones. I think I played the DS one and the Wii one. That sounds about right. Oh god. Never played any of them. I don't know how many there were. I think only like 2 of them came out here, though. Oh my god. We're doing this? Sometimes I feel like the game hits you with karma if you hold onto an item for too long. Like, that was the game telling me, use your fucking mushroom, you piece of shit. Why are you still holding on to that mushroom? It's sad that they never made a second Elite Beat Agents, too. That was a really fun concept. See, again, there was a lot of music in that, like, it uses licensed music, but it was, like, a lot of it I'd never heard of. But it kept me engaged because there was, like, presentation to it. They were telling a story. I guess I could check on PC, actually. I don't know if they even have a rhythm section on Game Pass. Oh, it is also lagging like fucking crazy, so I apologize if this is causing OBS to freak out or something. Oh, because it wants an update. That kind of makes sense, I guess. How about I leave you open and we'll deal with that once we're done with this stream? Okay? How's that sound? Thank you for being a not Windows 8 Windows update. I don't know if I told you guys this, because I don't think it happened during a stream. I think it happened when I was recording. I have my old computer, like, next to me. I forgot, I don't even remember why I dug it out. And I just haven't, like, put it away. And I was recording something, and it turned itself on, because Windows Update was like, we want to update. It just chose to be like, we're gonna turn your computer on, and, like, not give you a fucking choice. And I was like, Jesus, I'm glad that doesn't happen anymore. Forgot how fucking annoying that shit is. They just don't give a fuck about what you're up to. They're just like, this is our agenda, so we're gonna do it. Windows 10 got a lot better about that shit. Oh fuck, I missed those. Why is Iggy in second place? What are you guys doing back there? Ah, I was too slow. Okay, I didn't want the coin anyway, so fuck you. Yeah, they don't have a rhythm genre on Game Pass. Which I guess kind of makes sense. There's probably not a whole lot of games like that on here, if any. No, we're not installing the update. Shut up. Fucking 5 minutes, Jesus. Ugh. It's at least, like, waiting for me to say, okay, you can do it, but it's still, like, telling me there's, like, 5 alerts on my goddamn screen that's like, hey, there's an update ready. Like, I know, shut up. Will be all yours once I get up to go get something to eat. This is the last one, right? I think. Well, you can do that to YouTube rules? What do you mean? Oh, what, when they give you, like, new TOS? I getcha. I feel like we need a renovation with that. I don't want to call it a mechanic, but, like, no one reads those things, right? It's funny how many things have this... You have to agree to the terms of service, but no one fucking reads them. And, like, rightfully so, I think, because it's just a bunch of legal mumbo-jumbo that no one's gonna fucking understand anyway. We should maybe simplify that. I'm surprised there hasn't been, like, a horror story about some mobile game that has a terms of service that basically says, like, you're agreeing to, like, give us your address so we can come and fucking kill you. Like, I'm surprised that there hasn't been, like, a, like, gross misuse of terms of service somewhere. Because I'm surprised that, especially in a society where people are paranoid about fucking everything, you think people would be paranoid about terms of service and be like, I'm not agreeing to this. You're probably, like, making me agree to give over my firstborn or something. Like, you never hear anybody paranoid about that shit, which is kind of weird. Probably. I guess there was that slight bit of paranoia with TikTok, right? Because that was the thing where the Chinese government, like, requires that TikTok, like, requires that any application, like, gather all of your personal information or something. So for a while, we were very, like, oh, fuck, that sucks. But then people just kind of forgot about it. It's just funny, you see someone, like, fall over in a football game and people are like, oh, vaccine paranoia. Let me get my tinfoil hat. You'd think people would be freaking out about terms of service. Anyway. Terms of service don't even do anything for you. Like, backseat's trying to save your life and people are paranoid about it. Terms of service is there just to basically just to make you paranoid. There's a bit there somewhere. People be paranoid about the vaccine and, like, nanomachines, but then they're also, like, clicking through the terms of service on TikTok without reading it. There's a bit there. I don't think I have the mental capacity to make it work, but it's there. Oh, the thing saving my life has superpower-giving nanomachines in it. Oh, Chinese application that I've never heard of? Sure, I agree. There's something there. What it probably comes down to is the terms of service are probably just trying to protect the... What's the word I'm looking for? The company. So it's probably... We probably don't have to, like, really read it. It's just there to protect them from stuff that's, like, most people aren't going to attempt to do anyway. It's probably stuff like you agree to not, like, data mine our game and reverse engineer it and then re-release it as your own game. It's dumb shit like that that no one's gonna try to do anyway. But they have to cover their asses. If they don't say it, then someone can be like, oh, well, you didn't tell me not to. So it's probably a bunch of stuff like that. I don't think I've ever read a term of service. Because who has that kind of time? Have you seen how long they are? That is, in fact, what she said. Don't get it twisted. Okay, that took up exactly as much time as I wanted it to take up. You love to see it. Oh. So that'll be for tonight. I'm gonna be off for a little bit more time because I have an actual planned vacation that I'm gonna enjoy. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the movie night, though. I might try and get it set up on Discord to do the Rock Band streaming on occasion. I think I'm gonna try and do that tonight after I get something to eat. And then I might try and do it throughout the week if I just find myself playing. I don't know. Well, I'll see. It depends on how interested everybody is. Otherwise, I'll be back next weekend. I don't know when. I think GDQ's over on Saturday. I traditionally find myself wanting to take an extra night off after it's over so that I can decompress and, like, you know, unvacation. Everyone gets that, right? You have the vacation, and then you need a day that's a vacation from the vacation before you kind of get back into things. So if I had to guess, it'll be next Monday that we'll be back. And I'll probably be playing Sanok Frintours. Probably. But that might change. Especially since I just lost 2 weeks, so I might try and push to get back on Sunday. We'll see. But anyway, thank you everyone for hanging out tonight and playing. That week we come back then, we're not going to play Mario Kart that week, but we'll probably play it the week afterwards. And that's just because Fire Emblem's coming out on Friday, and we're going to be playing that instead. So, but we'll probably do a Mario Kart night the following Friday. So yeah, thanks again for hanging out. Take it easy. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your week. Enjoy your GDQ if you're going to be watching any of that. Like I said, I'll see you guys tomorrow for movie stuff. And we'll figure out what we're gonna... I'll start putting together a list of, like, here's some stuff that I'm interested in watching, and we'll see what everyone wants to do and who can make it, and etc, 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 and we'll figure it out then. I'm gonna go get something to eat. I'm hungry. And then, yeah, I'm gonna try and stream the Rock Band thing. I might just use the member channel for now, because I think most of you have access to that anyway. Just to see how it streams. If it causes, like, a delay in the emulation, that's gonna be catastrophic, obviously, so, in a game like that, so, I'll fuss with that after I get something to eat, so. Anyway, take it easy. I'll, again, see you guys tomorrow for movies, otherwise I'll see you next weekend, more or less. So, take it easy.